technical issues. Technical issues. Sorry. Oh gosh. Wait. Yeah, you can see like this weird window setup. I was gonna use this for the video, but I don't know. Okay, maybe you should edit it right now. Because I want to be able to show the ships as I'm talking about them. So, wait, I should at least centerize that. That looks kind of ugly. The wiki has screen caps of them all. Yeah, I was thinking like, do I want to use the wiki or do I just want to like pop this up in game so I can show all of it at the same time? Yeah, because like I kind of wanted the tiers to be on the screen at all times instead of flip-flopping back out. Wait, let me try something. I want to see if this works. Uh, wait. Is that too small? Hey, let me see. MV Wiki is really cool. Yeah, you guys should contribute to it. There's plenty of rooms where it can be improved. Like, have you guys gotten the events up yet? I feel like there's like ton of events in Multiverse, so that might take a very long time. A tad too small. Okay. Let's see. I should be able to adjust this. I don't think I need all of the tiers visible at once. Like, we're not going to be able to fit every ship on the tier list at the same time anyways, so... Okay. Yeah, I'll just show a couple of the tiers at once. Then that allows me to make this bigger. Waiting for a script to be done for events. Yeah, makes sense. I think that would be a lot easier. And yes, I'll definitely put this on Google Docs as well. That should be a lot easier. The one thing I will mention is that I'm not, within the tier itself, I'm not putting too much emphasis on the rankings within the tier. Like, if I put MV Castro next to MV Crystal, that's fine. I don't really care that much about the individual rankings. It's more or less the tier placement that I'm more interested in. Oh gosh, I just realized I reset. I used to have like B plus, B minus, C plus, C minus, D plus, D minus, and all of that. And I clicked reset and it's all gone. So I have to re-add all of them. Alright, please bear with me for like 2 minutes as I fix this mess that I have made. Oh, so is my mic clear for you now. Like, I'm trying out that other mic I used to try out before someone said it was less clear. Good music. Oh yeah, I'm just worried this gets a bit too repetitive. I could like bring on the other soundtrack because I downloaded all of them. So if you guys get tired of Death of the Multiverse, then just let me know. I'll switch it over to something else. Uh, okay. Yeah, I think this should work. Let me just move it down. Okay. All right. Yes, I think we're good to go. Let me just check any final things. Hmm. Okay. Wait, how long has it been? Oh, it's been quite a while. All right, I think we can get started. Everything seems to be in check. Okay, so today I'm hoping to get through unranked F, E, D, and maybe C minus, because um B B tier is very inflated. Like there's a lot of ships in here. I think B and C are the most populated, followed by A, or maybe it's the other way around. Like B is definitely the most populated, just because there are a lot of average decent ships in Multiverse. So that's why there's like a whole day dedicated to B and C tier. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's get started. So, first and foremost, let's just get these out of the way. The crab buckets, I'm not ranking any of them, same as last time. Too volatile to rank, but if you ask me, like on average, C is the best, B is okay, and A is definitely the worst. No gambling. Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's too volatile. Like, you can get something like this, which is quite literally garbage, except for doing ion crew kills, I guess. Well, I guess this isn't even the worst you can get. You could get something even worse than that, I'm pretty sure. Like, if we just reroll long enough, you will get something bad, which you can't use. B can roll double defense drones. B also has hacking. Yeah, I mean, I would say B is also not that good, but it has hacking. That's You're gonna hear that from me a lot when we go up to the B and A tier. I'll be saying this ship isn't that great overall, but it has hacking. Therefore, B tier. Yeah. I mean, I haven't rolled a true. Okay, so things like this can just happen on Type A. It's kind of funny until you have to win streak with it, which is why I don't think I'll ever do proper win streaks on this. I might do fun ones, but not actual ones, because this is just ridiculous. So yeah, that is that. I mean, technically, I'm not ranking the spoiler ships, the ones that you're not supposed to be able to unlock as well, because they're not very balanced, I would say. And it makes sense because you're not supposed to unlock them yet. But yeah, I won't drag them up here since they're not even supposed to be here. Like, that would be the Paladin ships and the Guardian Cruiser. So we'll ignore those. Actually, wait, hang on. I forgot the most important here. My bad. Hang on. There we go. The Z tier. Almost forgot about that. Okay, so now with buckets out of the way, Z tier. Z tier. Alright, wait, where's that ship? So, alright, the ship that is going into Z tier, whole cut below every other ship, and not just one, there are two ships in Z tier, will be... No, I'm kidding, it's not Categor B. I really want to put it there, but no, that would be a bit too troll. It's obviously limit 3 and limit 4. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get lost in this, aren't I? Where are the limits? Wait, am I blind? Never mind, I found him. Alright, limit 3 and limit 4. There we go. Okay, I hope I do not need to explain this placement. Limit 3, worship in the game. Limit 4, second worship in the game. I don't think there's much else to discuss about this, so I'm just gonna move on. Those are the only two ships in Z tier. And technically, limit 4 is like 3 times better than limit 3 or something like that. But yeah, it's still definitely pretty far cut below the F tier ships. No hacking. Exactly. And if you buy hacking, it's level 1. Therefore, bad. Therefore, very bad. Yeah, you're not allowed to have fun. I tried. I can guarantee you, you cannot have fun. Okay, next. First ship in the F tier, limit 2. I hope there are no surprises about this either. The system levels are still pretty bad. Yeah, here we go. Like, honestly, the start's kind of decent, I would have to say. Because you have boarding, you have Artemis. That means it's automatically a decent start. You have medic as well. Yeah, it's still bad. Don't get me wrong, the system levels are horrible. Like, and two weapon slots as well. That means you don't have as much flexibility later on. But for what it's worth, the start is good enough that I'll put it in the F tier instead of the Z tier. Like, I think this ship genuinely has a better start than some other standard ships. Genuinely, Artemis boarding is that strong. But yeah, enough limit 2 glazing. Limit 1, I think there are ships that are worse than limit 1, but I just dragged it up here because I don't want to get lost and not be able to find it again. Limit 1 is questionable. Good weapons, for sure. Better shield system, but 2 weapon slots with no boarding is a bit sketchy, I would say. Mainly the thing that's actually keeping it afloat is the 2 pretty decent weapons and emergency manual. But aside from that, you kind of have an overall pretty poor start. And also the system levels don't help it that much. Like it only goes up to level 5 weapons. So you don't have as many options with level 5 weapons and 2 weapon slots as well. So honestly, if you put this in vanilla, I think it would be a pretty decent ship. It's just that by multiverse standards, there are ships that are a lot better than this. There are a lot of ships that are much better than this. Limit 2 is exactly enough space to do augmented boarding. Yes, Limit 2 and Limit 1, like I should mention, you can fit a Rift Waker in here, so or Gatling, if that's what you find. So, you know, that's why I did not Z here. But yeah, I would say Limit 1's like on the higher end of F tier. I just brought it in now because I don't want to lose it. So, next is going to be where is it? Vanilla Stealthy. It's better than Limit 2, I think, because if you survive the first 2 sectors, then you're pretty, I wouldn't say comfortable on Vanilla Stealth B because it is Vanilla Stealth B after all. You do have problems upgrading offense, you have problems with getting shot on weapons, but if you get past that hurdle, you don't struggle anymore like all of the other ships. And Limit 2 will struggle in the end. Even if you have a smooth mid game, your end game can still be rough. That's just what a limit ship does. So I think the start, like 100% start for Limit 2 is better than Vanilla Stealth B. But when you talk about the limits, this is the only time you have to take the end game into account. For every other ship, the end game's like pretty negligible. If you get into Sector 8 with this ship, you probably have either built an offense around the glaive that can properly sustain it and make sure it gets the work done, or you've swapped it out for like flag 3 heavy laser, and you win anyways. You can't do that on Limit 2. But yeah, I think this is definitely worse than Limit 1 because the glaive got buffed, but this is still 20 seconds. So any drone ship, any heavy laser, any basic laser in fact, it can just shoot you. If it hits you in weapons, then good luck, is what I will say. Even once you get shields, like the glaive itself does not scale well into 2 shield enemies. So you either need to get lucky and find a 1 power laser that helps you take down shields for glaive to fire. Because if you go for 2 power weapons to support the glaive, that's like 145 scrap to upgrade weapons to be able to use that shield breaker and glaive at the same time. So because glaive is 4 power, it just makes it a lot harder to work with. And you'll find the same is true for any 4 power weapons, which is why something like, let me pull up an example here. Like Mafan's Cruiser, Sarisa is a big clunky beam, but it is 3 power, so it's a lot easier to get some weapon to support the Sarisa than it is to get a weapon to support the Glaive. Because here, if I were to buy 2 bars in weapons, it would be 105 scrap, which is like 40 scrap difference. And if I just wanted 1 bar, it would be 45 scrap instead of 60 scrap. So it just makes it a lot easier to work with than something like the Glaive. Yes. Plus it's Mafan's cruiser. Okay, touche. But I just wanted to point out, like, big beam, why it's bad. It's hard to work with, and you also don't have many sellables. Like, if you look at Stealth A, Vanilla Stealth A, at least it has system casing, which sells for 40 scrap. That means you can get shields pretty consistently in Sector 1. On Vanilla Stealth B, there's a chance you may not get shields, especially if you suffer some bad fights and you have to repair. This does not sell for a whole lot. So, yeah, that's just a whole bunch of problems it has. You need to buy shields, you need to upgrade offense, very vulnerable to drone ships, any sort of weapons, any hazard, especially asteroids. And yeah, that's Vanilla Stealth B. Yeah, true. Like the one on Mafan's cruiser is 3 power. That's why I chose that one to talk about and not like Hector A. What if Vanilla Stealth B had Mafan instead of the Zoltan but 2 less power? Oh, that would be... No, that would be a lot better because Mafan makes a whole system immune for like 3 seconds, doesn't he? So, yeah, that means you basically have 2 ways to tank a shot to weapons. You either activate Mafan's ability or you cloak. Yeah, I think Mafan's like really good for that. Then, I mean, you still have the glaive upgrading the offense issue, but yeah, second one's a lot easier then. Maybe you would legitimately bump this to like D tier or something. Still get shredded by beam drones. Yeah. But at least beam drones appear in sector 2, and if you don't take a shot in weapons and just if you take a shot in weapons, that means you have to wait for the repair time and the glaive spin up again. That means there's like 30 seconds of the enemy just shooting at you. So if you take that out of the equation, that means you will hardly have to spend scrap on hull repairs, meaning you can consistently get shield in sector 1, and therefore it would be a whole lot better. Even against beam drones in sector 2. But yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a fun little fantasy if we replace this with a Mafan instead. But okay, that is Vanilla Stealth B. Next up is Fed Cruiser. Fed A. And I'm gonna do Vanilla Fed A at the same time. Because they're pretty much the same in terms of how they operate. Like, wait, where? Okay, that's Vanilla Fed. Where is Multiverse Federation? Hang on, no way, it just disappeared. Okay, sure. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Yes, still under the engine ships. Yes, look, I have to convince people a lot of times. This is not a good ship. And I know F tier seems harsh, but this is why I separated F tier from Z tier. So it's definitely not on the same tier as Limit 3 and Limit 4, but it's still definitely one of the worst ships in Multiverse. Because you need to consider that when I make this tier list, we are basing it on Multiverse standards, which has a lot more stable ships like Stealth A, like Militia A, and a lot of these ships just are so much safer that something that's like Fat A is not offensively bad, like Vanilla Stealth B in the past. But at the same time, there's nothing that really would justify it being high. It feels worth an F. Yeah, I kind of get that sentiment, but I think once we start filling up the tier list with more and more ships, then there's the question of like, is Fat A better than this? No. Is Fat A better than D plus? No. Is Fat A better than D minus? No. Is Fat A better than E? No. And then we end up having Fat A in F tier. That's sort of the thought process it comes down to. So, yes, guys, for those of you who still think the beam artillery is good, it is not. Like, I am sorry, but the whole reason why um MV Fed A became so much better is because it got better weapons, and the artillery actually does something because it takes 25 seconds to charge. Fed A's artillery still takes 40 seconds. Any enemy ship just to shoot at you at least twice before you fire the artillery once. And um with this weapon control, you don't have any buffer. Anti-How 2 this loses to a lot of Sector 1 weapons. It loses to heavy lasers, it loses to burst laser 2s, loses to mini beams, drone ships, basic lasers, adaptive lasers, breach. No, I think it's ties with breach bomb, so that's fine. It loses to small bombs though. Barely loses to anti-How 1. But yeah, there's just a lot of different weapons in Sector 1 that this thing does not shoot faster than. And if you're not shooting faster than those weapons, you risk getting hit in your weapons, and then you're sitting there trying to repair it while they're gonna charge another volley to shoot at you. Yeah, you do have the NG, which is nice. Orchid helps to repair a little bit faster, so that's fine. Shield buffer, I think, yeah, like see what you mean about Vanilla Fed A, where the let's see, Burst Laser 2 is faster, but it doesn't have the shield buffer. And I think the crew on um Multiverse's Fed A is a bit better. I agree with you there. It's more or less just a question of I don't think anyone cares about that one extra bar in artillery, so it's more or less a question of do you prefer the 2-second cooldown on the Burst Laser 2, or do you prefer a shield buffer? And I think the answer to that is just it depends. So I just put these two right next to each other because they're pretty much indistinguishable. The one thing I would say, I think this one deals with fires a bit better. Like if you get hit with a fire and weapons, you literally have airlocks right here. So that helps. I don't think Vanilla Fed A has that. Oh yes, it's not too bad. Like it's one room away. A shield's vending is horrible though. I will have to point that out. Whereas I'm pretty sure with multiple ships, the venting is not nearly as bad. Like, yeah, shields is two rooms away, which is not great, but it's fine. If you get a double fire in your shields on Vanilla Fed A, you are kind of cooked. Because the closest vent is like 10 miles away. All Fed ships suck against fire. Hacking. That is true. That is very true. Just one hack on weapons and your entire ship is kind of half. Shield buff is better. Yeah, I can see that. It's just I think personally I would favor Multiverse Fed A little bit over Vanilla Fed A. It's not by much, but the 2-second cooldown is pretty significant. Don't get me wrong. But I just realized how horrible Fed A's venting is for shields. So I feel like that would push me over the edge to give the edge to Multiverse Fed A. One more thing I need to point out, neither of these ships have salvos. Like, you start with a pretty poor system-wise, with nothing but a single laser, and you don't even get augments to sell. Neither of these has any salvos to like sell for shields, sell for weapons. I know in vanilla the devs thought the beam artillery would be good enough to justify having nothing else to sell, but you can't. This is I would rather have a basic laser that I cannot power over a beam artillery that's just not gonna fire for 50 seconds. And that's the truth. If only it was sellable. Yeah, you could sell them to the slavers. Like, if the slavers rocking double heavy laser, just sell it as your kind of similar to the 45 scrap packs in Sector 4. There is one event in Sector 1 where you can technically sell your crew. It's the Barricade event, where instead of taking the fleet double, you just sell your crew and get an item. So that's the only case where like the Fed cruisers are kind of nice. But you can also sell the NG by accident because you can't even control who you sell. So that's the issue. Yes, the beam artillery takes 50 seconds on vanilla Fed A. Like, this cannot be real. The only time 50 seconds is acceptable is on obelisk cruisers because they are obelisk cruisers. So nobody cares if this is 50 seconds when you've got Aether shields and a whole bunch of other things to go for it. This is Fed A with no Aether shields, no Zoltan shields, no Cerebrals. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about the ship. Like, I mean, I'm happy to elaborate again if people come later in the stream and ask why this is so low, but yeah, that's just my thoughts. And it does not seem that terrible on first glance, but yeah, like I said, we'll fill up the tier list. We'll keep filling up the tier list, and that should show you that there are a whole lot of other ships that are much better than this. Yeah, hi Matesh, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, I'm saying that the obelisk cruisers, they have a really long charge time, but that doesn't matter when the rest of the ship is so overpowered. Whereas Fed A kind of thinks the artillery will carry it. On Obelisk A is more of a side thought as a, oh, this is nice to have, rather than the rest of the ship gets nerfed to compensate for having this artillery. That's what I'm thinking. Fed A more like broke ass A. Yeah. Alright. Enough dunking on Fed A, let's move on. And so you see, we're like half an hour in and we've barely gotten the FTL out of the way. This is why I said, like, when I tried to do this recording by itself without a stream, I was gonna lose my voice because I had to do this for another 290 ships. But at least now it's like I don't have to do retakes. I just ramble about whatever I think at the moment, and if I remember something else, I'll add on to it later. So it doesn't have that awkward requirement of retaking every time I forget a point. But yeah. 40. Yeah, like I suggested to the devs in the past, if they wanna, the multiverse devs, obviously, not the vanilla devs, like I would just straight up make this beam artillery 25 or 30 seconds and see where it takes us. I don't think it would be that overpowered, honestly. It's just something like, if you want to make this a bit more distinct than just throwing on another gun to help it out and just ignoring the artillery all over again, it would just buff the base cooldown of beam artillery. Yeah, I don't really get hesitation to buff this, to be honest. Because when I think about this system, this is a system that occupies the slot of something like mind control, hacking, drones, cloaking, and that's what makes this even worse than you think it is in the first place. If you ignore it, that's cool, but you're also just handicapped compared to other ships. When other ships can run cloak, hack, drones, you're stuck with cloak and hack. And drones can be really, really good. So, same in mind control if you're doing boarding. And if you get good boarding crew on this ship, then, you know, you've got a artillery that's just sitting there doing nothing and eating up a system slot and all that. I don't think the system slot issue is that big of a deal in why I ranked this so low. It's more or less just why I say if you want to buff the artillery, you need to make it good. Like, doesn't have to be as good as hacking or cloaking, but at least something that doesn't make me wish I had mind control. Yes. Yeah, we should probably move on. But yes, 30 seconds, that's my suggestion. Start at 30 seconds, see how it goes. My feeling, my thought would that be, it would still be a D tier, E tier ship, even with 30-second beam artillery because it doesn't help that much in the early game, but it is something to start. This is definitely one of the ships. I I wish this ship saw more love is what I'm trying to say. A lot of ships are getting love, including engineer ships, Morph C. It's about time we had a good Fed ship. Except excluding Elite Fed. We don't talk about that one. But yeah. Okay, next. Next up is might be controversial. I know this was controversial when I was ranking it. Tuco C. Yep. It is time for me to say Tuco C is not a good ship. It really is not. And my opinion of it has just dropped more and more as the more I think about it, the more I think how bad it is. And that might be an exaggeration, but oh boy. Let's break this ship down. Go my 10-second insta-kill. Yeah, let's not talk about Elite Fat. Elite Fat's somewhere up there. We will talk about that in like the second or third stream. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Yes, this used to be in the E tier. But the more I thought about it, the more I was like, this surely is like worse, if not equal to MV Rebel C. Spoiler, that's also in the F tier. But let's see. Gold plating is extremely risky. If you use it anywhere other than a store, you are running 5 hull of a 10 hull ship. The moment you take 10 hull damage in the next fight, you just explode. So the gimmick is risky. If you want to try putting repair on to mitigate that, that's scrap delayed towards getting second shield. And because you delay scrap for your second shield, that means you're gonna get shot at more often. And the offense is deceptively bad. So gold flag is 2 power 4 shots. That's fine. 50 pixel shot radius is not fine, however. The moment you start running into ships that do not have a big weapon system, this is going to be a bit of an issue, which I know is not that big of a deal in Sector 1, but the main problem in Sector 1 is really the slow projectile speed. Um, it takes... Actually, you know what? We could literally just jump into a game right now and like... Oh gosh. Okay, we're already off to a terrible start, but no, I'm just trying to show you how long it takes to fire. Let me just try to find a fight real quick. It cannot be this hard to find a fight. Okay, here we go. Wait, let me just get rid of the crew because I'm just trying to show you how slow the gold flag is. So, crew. All right. Okay, we're manning weapons. We're shooting it as soon as it fires. Guys, anti-hull 1, well, that's only one, it's just anti-hull. Chain anti-hull takes 16.5 seconds to fire. And gold flag barely beat that. This is even slower than Hull 2, honestly. do you see how long it takes to get to the enemy ship? A chain anti-hull fired. Not even Fed A tolerates this. Fed A would shut this offline before that gets to fire. So gold flag Spontoon loses to chain anti-hull. Let that sink in. I mean, I think that's a good example, so we're just gonna stop it there. But yes, so your offense is incredibly slow. Your Spontoon takes 17 seconds to deal 1 system damage to weapons. And all that time, if you face a drone ship, you're taking damage. If you face a double heavy laser ship, I think they almost get to fire twice. And as the main thing is the drone ship. Like, if the drone hits your shields and your weapons, you are cooked. If your weapons takes a hit before gold flags fire, both weapons go offline. I think gold flag even loses to heavy laser 1 by itself. Like, that thing would I'm not sure. It depends on the angle, I think. Like, if you get an unlucky angle, I think it would turn off your weapons before gold flag gets to fire, and you lose both weapons. And the main thing is, this is on a 15 hull ship. I'm not sure if some of you remember, I had that one crazy moment on 5.3 Stealth A when it didn't have the anti-hull one, it was just the Maizuri cord, and took a beating on one of the fights. I went down to like 3 hull or 1 hull, and that was and I went on to win that game, I think, but only because I had 30 hull. This ship has 15. It does not have that luxury. Yes, gold flag you can sell for a decent shield breaker, but two things. First of all, that relies on the stores being on the left side of the map that you can actually access. And two, that relies on you getting good weapons, not like um 3 power weapons that you can't even use, so to speak. So yeah, I think because even in 5.4, Morph C was F tier, even though if you went to the first store you found, you could liquidate everything and buy a teleporter and turn it into a D tier ship. Because it does rely on the RNG of finding a store. And your early fights are so ugly that if you don't find a store, it gets bad really quickly. Yeah, nothing else about the ship is that outstanding otherwise, so like I don't see a reason to put this any higher. Maybe E minus, you know what? I will say that, maybe E minus. But honestly, I just think this is worse. One of the worst ships in the game right now. If you gave this the 2 shield treatment, like Tuko A and Tuko B, this could be really good. Or honestly, just if you're gonna have a gimmick where you rip apart 5 hull at a time, honestly, just make it more than 15 hull. I think either give it 2 shields or giving it more than 15 hull would be a good way to start buffing the ship. And also, if you give this one more weapon power and replace the spawn tune with Speedum, that could be good as well. So there's a lot of different angles you can do to buff the ship. But I think definitely just make the gold plating worth using. So I prefer giving it 2 shields or buffing the hull of the ship rather than buffing the offense. Because otherwise then you kind of ignore this until you can get repair arm. But yeah, that's that. So next up, okay, yep, we've delayed this long enough. It's the other glaive ship. It is indeed the second glaive ship. The one that's actually kind of usable, but it's also horrible against drone ships. Like, put into perspective, Angel B is technically worse against drone ships than Vanilla Stealth B. Yes, the only reason this isn't below um, Vanilla Stealth B is because of the targeting jammer. But this is the thing, you counter 50% of fights, and then the other 50%, which are drone ships, just kind of mess you up really badly. Yes, unfortunately drones. If Sector 1 didn't have drones, this would probably be like C tier, at least. But drones exist. And oh, fun fact, I'm pretty sure like the last time I checked the um spawn algorithm, the spawn chances for Sector 1 MV rebels, I think there's a 66% chance you get a ship with a drone as compared to a 33% chance you get a ship with a teleporter. So it's kind of skewed against the ship, I'm not gonna lie. Random riggers can have drones, and yeah, I don't think I need to say much about the ship. It kind of has the same issues as Vanilla Stealth B. It's just that Vanilla Stealth B sucks overall, whereas this one counters weapon ships while doing even worse against drone ships. Other than that, same issues. You need to upgrade your offense. Pairing with the glaive is not good. You need to buy shields. You do have sellables, but if you sell these, you better make sure you ready to have you ready to get shields. So yeah. Yeah, let's not dabble too much on this. It's pretty much the same story. Okay, last ship in F tier, which I already spoiled earlier, but never mind. Uh, wait, where is it? I might be blind. It's gotta be like really obvious. Okay, found it. The Leia ship. The MV Rebel C. out of all the ships in the F tier, I think this was the closest for me in the sense that I was considering putting this in E minus tier because compared to the other F tier ships, you have a bit more flexibility. You can sell a speedum and the advanced navigator to like make 50 scrap, buy another weapon. So if one of your weapons or drones get shot, you don't just become useless. So yes, this is the biggest disclaimer. This could be a E minus tier ship. So keep that in mind. But overall, you still have the same issue. Um, where you can't actually deal with two shield ships unless the combat drone does a fancy move and hits two shields at once. Emma's navigator is nice, assuming you survive sector 1. Double speedum is not that good, honestly. Like, I wouldn't recommend selling one of these if you found a burst laser one. Imagine if this came with two Dirks. Let me introduce you to Auto A. Which, I don't think anyone should be surprised. This is going to be a lot higher than vanilla, than Multiverse Rebel C. But yeah, this is the layer shape. I know it's gotta be partly a meme, but also I kind of wish it was good because the renegade version of this is actually kind of dangerous. In case you haven't encountered it, it can be quite dangerous if you find a renegade boss for this. Yes, the issue is getting shields now. Speed up being 12 seconds, that means it loses to Sector 1 heavy lasers, and that's a big issue. Because here, while you technically have weapons and drones, that's a bad thing for the ship, because weapons relies on drones to get things done. That means if a heavy laser lands into either weapons or drones, your whole offense is offline. That means there are two weak points compared to, not to say Fat A is good, but technically you have to get hit in weapons for you to lose your offense on Fat A. We don't count artillery, but on Multiverse Rebel C, you can get shot in two different locations and lose your entire offense. IDK, if you've ever seen an enemy with two heavy lasers, oh, you should totally check out my TRC Castro stream. Literally the first jump. and I died to that, so I remember how dangerous heavy lasers are in Sector 1 because of that very fight. I think that TRC Castro, I think it was the first time I died in Sector 1 in a very long time. Excluding limits, of course. I can't believe renegade weapon. Sounds like I'm incredibly unlucky. Like, it is true, but the thing is that it's again a question of relativity against other ships. For a ship that has 2 points of failure, can't get you 2 shields, and does not have anything else outstanding, I don't see a reason to rank this above a lot of the other ships. Yeah, so that's just one thing I really need to get out there. By putting these ships in F tier, I'm not saying these are unplayable trash. That's Z tier, right? Even F tier probably has 90% win rate, to be honest. It's more so just can't. I'm not gonna put a 90% win rate ship over a 91% win rate ship, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Yes, that is MV Rebel C. Yeah, that should be the F tier. It is the F tier. Okay, E minus tier. A little bit better than F tier, honestly, but still not that great. And we're gonna go to the vanilla ships for this one because we have a bunch of these to get out of the way. Let's go straight to vanilla stealth C. Yeah, it's just not good. I have no other way to say it. It's not good. But the offense is genuinely better than a bunch of the F tier ships, which is why it's in E minus and not F tier. So the main problem is definitely the fact you do not have shields or cloak. Yeah, the quote-unquote stealth ship. In vanilla, it was not that bad. It was like definitely bottom half in vanilla, but because having a 1 power charge razor in vanilla was kind of broken. It was actually usable. In Multiverse, that's not a good standard because every ship gets access to a 1 power 2-shot razor. The saving grace of the ship is that Guardian is insane for defense. Going to Sector 2. Yeah, there's definitely bottom half. I'm not disputing that. So, yeah, it's just in Multiverse, this offense has fallen off. The only saving grace is the Guardian 1. Otherwise, you'll be struggling to get shields, and by the time you get shields, you need to worry about 2 shield enemies because you can only deal 1 system damage to 2 shield enemies if both shots hit. If they don't, too bad. You're just gonna have to wait another 13 seconds. Most interesting bad vanilla ship. I can kind of see that. Yeah, um it's not just borderline drives you insane like Rock A for example. But yeah, um I don't really have that much else to say about it. It's just the fact that having no shields, cloak, or energy shield is a horrible place to be starting in for Multiverse. That's all I have to say about it. And you don't even have drone arm. Like if you had drone arm and you can throw out the overcharger every fight, might be a bit higher. As you'll see with another ship that does not have cloak, shields, or energy shields, but it has a drone arm with the overcharge drone. That makes it actually a lot better because you can throw it out every single fight. But yeah, we'll get to that when we. I think that ships in the next stream, not this one. So we're gonna ignore that. Next, Vanilla Rock B. It's look, I kind of tried to find reasonings to put this higher than I did, but at the same time, it's no better than Union A, for example. And Union A is going to be in this tier as well, spoiler. Because you your only point of offense is this pierce heavy. The firebomb, you can't really do that much with it in terms of disabling systems. And no airlocks is also another negative about the ship. It's just the single pierce heavy offense is not something I like because yes, for sure, like it only takes 1 power compared to 2 in vanilla, and I agree that's nice. But first of all, you actually can't do anything to 2 shield ships. Let's just put that out there. Secondly, 1 projectile, you do not want to be relying your entire offense on a single projectile. Yes, Firebomb is there to help you to push you into buying teleporter. But the longer you delay buying if you delay buying shield upgrades for teleporter, then you can get cooked. Pierce heavy, I'm pretty sure this loses to a sector 1 heavy laser as well. So that's another negative. No airlocks, as I said, very bad considering how slow it takes rocks to get around. Like, all your core systems are spread apart. If you get a double fire in weapons, it's gonna take like 10 seconds for these guys to come down here and help. Maybe if shields was like here, and then these 2 rocks could like support each other, I think that would be better. But as it stands, these guys are really far apart on the ship. Yeah, I think maybe this is a bit of personal hate towards single projectile offenses, but it's just not reliable compared to the things you have in Multiverse. When ships have multiple fail points or a greater margin of error, then those are ships I tend to favor because this ship, you have a single heavy laser. 2 damage is good, but by default, every ship has a 15% chance of just dodging it. Whereas if you had something like Pierce Laser 1 on certain ships, you have 2 times to shoot. So at least 2 chances to damage their systems. That means the chance of you turning off a heavy laser or a drone is going to be a lot higher than this. So it's just one of those small consistency things that makes me want to rank the ship lower than those other ships that have more consistency. But yeah, that's why you get Extinguisher. Later on, maybe. But early on, Extinguisher is way too expensive. Like, extremely expensive for early game. PS1 had accuracy. Yeah, also that. But like, with the context, the chance of vanilla Fed A dealing one system damage, at least one system damage, is higher than um Rock B, because that one shoots 3 projectiles and you just need 2 projectiles to hit instead of all 3. So yeah. Um yeah, it's just the fact that also there's nothing outstanding about the ship, so like I can't put it much higher, honestly. And the same goes for the next ship, Castro C. It's not even offensively bad in any department. It's just so horribly poor compared to some other ships. Let me find it. There we go. Like, the burst laser one makes me want to put this high, but it is so incredibly mid. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of ships in Multiverse that if you put this side by side to Vanilla Castro A, it's just a straight upgrade in terms of offense, system levels, augments. Like, why? I don't understand why this is so poor. King version of Larkworks. Yeah, I mean, definitely the only saving grace is that Burst 1 is a fantastic weapon, but even then, this loses to a Sector 1 heavy laser, so a bit rough. A little bit rough in that regard. No sellables, no nothing. Just a plain old 2 weapon power ship. That's kind of sad. And anyways, that's this ship. It's poor. I have nothing else to say about it compared to ships that are a lot more well stocked. We are um Actually, since I'm here, let me put Vanilla Fed C here as well. Definitely, I think the worst or tied for worst boarding ship in the game, in Multiverse, I mean. Um, I know in Vanilla, some people used to consider it like F tier, but being able to board in Multiverse is actually pretty decent, honestly. Because in Sector 1, that means you can basically brute force any encounter that you want, whereby even if they are just whacking your ship all over the place, you you can at least end the fight. That's what I'm trying to say. It's kind of similar to Multiverse NG, whereby you do not have a reliable way of disabling systems, but you can force fights to end. If you get shot in weapons in Vanilla Stealth B, you're sitting there taking damage. This one allows you to just bum rush the enemy crew and try to kill them before you take too much damage. And that's about everything good I have to say about this ship, because otherwise, weak weapon system, long cooldown on the artillery, for some reason has respirators, which in vanilla was more useful because now we don't even have auto ship in sector 1 unless you attack the unless you want to attack that one fed store event, I think. Though I think they may have even removed that from sector 1. So nothing else outstanding otherwise. So yeah, at the very least, it has this as a sellable. Oh, 30 seconds, but 1 power. So it's actually 37.5 seconds. You can use respirators. Oh, true. True, you could use respirators. Yeah, I guess that depends on you finding the correct distress beacon though. Like, I only consider a ship to have Sector 1 distress value if it guarantees good options on both, in a sense. But you are right. I think for what it's worth, having a blue option for that one distress event is better than having a blue option for the other distress event. Yeah, yeah, I think still kind of okay. Um, forgot, did they buff the radius on this, like make it smaller or something? Because I know in vanilla I used to like go absolutely wild all across the screen, and it could basically not hit any systems, and um it could only disable shields. The ship is also the only ship in vanilla that can Then you got 4 flag ones. Yes, this ship is fun because it has flag artillery. That means you can stack up 4 flag weapons and go crazy with this. It is fun. But yeah, like otherwise, even your boarding crew is not that good. You've got a mantis human. By multiverse standards, that's a bit outdated. Hmm. Um, Actually, wait. You know what? Let's just test this right now, since we're in the mood for testing. Let's see. All right, let's see how it does. Go kill him. Already got hitting weapons. Um, okay, I think they did buff the radius there to make it a lot smaller. Cause from what I remember, like how the targeting used to work is that each of the 8 projectiles chose a random room, and from there had another radius. So a projectile could target weapons, but also have a radius of like 60, and it will go all over the place. So I think, yeah, because even though it says it's a flag gun, I'm pretty sure it shoots 8 different rooms, and then has a not accuracy. I mean, then it has a different flag targeting radius for each of those. Yes, I think it got buffed since the last time I saw it. So, you know, fair enough. So it's definitely like better than some of the other artilleries for sure. But it's still not useful in Sector 1, so that's why the ship is still down here. So yeah, a bit better in late game than I originally remember it to be, but we're talking about an early game here. Yes, I think I was a bit mistaken on the targeting radius. Either that or they buffed it. So yeah. Next up for the other contender for the worst boarding ship, this one. This one right here. Again, may be controversial, but I think some of you understand where I'm coming from with this one. Where is it? Here you go. Let's see. So, so, let's break the ship down. We have 1 weapon power that can't do anything against any enemies that has a single shield layer. We have no doors, no repair crew whatsoever. 2 mantis that when combined repair slower than a single suzerain. And you have level 2 cloak. Okay, that's cool. But because they nerfed bishops like 2 updates ago, where they do not start with their abilities ready, so you can't just blitz enemies through a period of your cloak. If you have an enemy with a drone, they will shoot you at least once. I'm pretty sure I've tested this, and you cannot kill 2 humans with 2 bishops within 10 seconds. That's just the unfortunate truth. Yes, you can't even shoot repair bomb if weapons down, which is another shadow nerf this thing got 2 updates ago when they nerfed bishops to not have their abilities at the start of the fight. They also nerfed conservative weapons, because now last time it used to charge up the conservative repair bomb, and it could pre-fire it, and as soon as weapons got fixed, then it would automatically fire. Now I can't even do that. This thing loses charge as soon as I take 1 damage to weapons. So yeah, like, and this ship just has too many places it needs to spend scrap on. You need to buy shields, you need to upgrade weapons, you need to buy crew, you need to get doors if you don't get crew. If a single tower fire ignites anywhere on the ship, I pray for you. I really pray for you, man. Because I think if a tower fire, if like there's fire here, honestly, your best bet might be to ignore the fire and try to rush to a store as soon as possible to get a repair crew. That's how bad this is. 50-hour repair stream. Gosh. That sounds like something a certain someone would do, but no, I'm not that crazy. So, yeah. Yeah, this ship definitely got nerfed a lot. I think this used to be like B tier when the bishops were strong enough that you could blitz enemies within the period of cloak. Then that was acceptable because you could just pre-cloak at the start of the fight, not take a single damage and wipe the enemy crew out. That was good. Not this. Not now. Yeah. So I don't know. And especially considering when you send both mantis to bot, right? You do not have any evasion. Well, you have 50% of like what? 5, 10. So you have 5% evasion. So you can't even count on that. Yeah, equipment grab human would do wonders for the ship. But unfortunately, this is a hard extreme theory, so we can't. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, but to anyone who's just listening to this now, this theory is based on hard extreme no pause. And you will see why the no pause part is relevant as we get to certain ships, like spiders and some other janky ships. It does matter a bit. But yeah. Okay, enough dissing on this ship. Next up is Woot. Oh, okay. Before I get into that, why no pause? Because that's what I play normally. So that's how I would normally rank ships. Um, I mean, if you wanted to, I could like make an alternate version that considers pause, but that would be more so in theory, because I have played every single one of these ships on no pause, so that's where I'm familiar with them, like what works and what doesn't work, what could have been done on on pause that can't be done on no pause. Um, so yeah, it's just more so a question of I'm comfortable with no pause. That's why I'm ranking it that way. Though I will say it wouldn't matter for the majority of ships. Like I'm pretty sure 98% of ships would stay where they are. It's just there's like 10 or so ships that are a bit janky and would benefit greatly from being on pause. Excuse me. Yes, so I mean it's just a challenge I like to do. And I don't know what else to say. It's something I like. So that's why I do it. Okay, getting back onto the F tier, Bruty, yeah, it's still not good, even with the clone cannon buffs. We were talking about like I think we were discussing about another potential buff clone cannon where you make it one power or something like that. But yeah, until then, until clone cannon gets another buff to make it like really good, it's still not that great because you have to wait. I believe it was 10 seconds to shoot one projectile, and it has a radius. It can miss. So by the time you wait, it's basically like you're waiting 10 seconds to send a one-man teleporter. That's basically how I would describe it. You have a level 3 teleporter, but it is one tile, and it has a cooldown at the start of the fight. That's how I would describe this ship. And also, there's a chance you could just teleport your crew into space, because it could miss. You could also get shot down by a defense drone, so that's that. I will say, if you roll a shell, or a leech, that's much better because then they can actually disable systems, which is better than a uncontrollable spider. More so leech than shell because if you shoot a leech, at least you can run around and disable a lot of things. But yeah, teleporter pre-igniter augment from vanilla. Well, close enough. Welcome back. Welcome back to that. And if you don't get a leech or a shell, your only way of disabling systems is a burst laser one, which admittedly has a two system buffer thanks to clone cannon. So you can tank a heavy laser into weapons and still be able to shoot your burst laser one. I think this should got a bit better since the last patch because I believe this patch was when clone cannon could now pierce one shield at least. So that's nice. Like you can now shoot this without having to wait for this. So well, it's a little nice, but at the same time, it's not going to change much. Yes, separatist is good. But yeah, the main thing is like the fact that this ship has random crew. So it could just be painfully mediocre. Yeah. Okay. But and yeah, there's nothing else outstanding about the ship. Like, why do I need this indirect crew kill method when I can just board them and just crew kill them the right way? Or I can just do my dance tactics and bait someone in shield, send people to weapons, disable weapons, and teleports is just a lot more flexible in that regard. Yes, that is true. That is something that is now a thing since the last patch. If you have a ghost, you can put them in the teleporter, sorry, in the clone cannon, and it will pierce or shoot. Though, again, that's a bit less effective nowadays because non-pop also got nerfed. So there's a lot of different like ways we can say. So clone cannon got buffed, but also this other thing got nerfed. So does it do much for it? Because by the time the ghost is running around on the enemy ship, you cannot just die. Wait, that's the thing. Does it reignite abilities? Because I don't remember this thing reigniting abilities. So if you shoot a ghost crew onto the enemy ship, I don't think they even get to use non-corp because non-corp has like a 30-second cooldown, and lifetime of clones are exactly 30 seconds. So you can shoot a ghost crew, but they can't even sabotage. Crews spawn from CC start with no ability charge. Yeah, so like you legitimately can't even use non-corp because it got nerfed. Shells under oops, wrong one. No, because I think that Shell's the main reason why Shell's ability seems like it takes so long is because when after they use it, the cooldown the mainly comes from when they're self-healing. That's also part of when the ability cannot regenerate. But the ability itself regenerates quite quickly, I think, like 12 seconds or so. That's why the Shell C Renegade is very annoying, because when they bot, you can almost instantly use their abilities. So shells are fine on the ship. It's just I would prefer leeches for sure, but shells is like if you can do one system damage in 20 seconds, something like that. So it's not bad, but at the same time you could also get something like this and just be like crying that you only have a burst laser one to disable systems. Yeah, that's it for the ship. Next one, guys, I don't know who it was that told me Misha B was good. It is not. Okay, no, I don't think they said it was good. I think they said it wasn't as bad as I was making it out to be. But it's not good. It's really not good, Misha B. It's honestly a contender for F tier, but I don't think it's that bad. It's just maybe near the bottom of E minus, to be honest. I might prefer Castro C over Misha B. Vanilla Castro C, I mean. But let's see. We have two very slow drones that take like 8 seconds just to fly to the enemy ship. Okay, and when they land, they don't even deal as much damage as an untamed Equinoid. Because you don't have drone booster on the ship. I think a drone booster would help the ship out quite a bunch because you're sending it to barely better than human borders, if you think about it that way. Like, sure, it's likely that they will win because of their health, but it takes so damn long for that to happen. 1.1x combat damage is 10% better than a human. So, and your weapons also not great for disabling systems. You need to wait 13 seconds for this thing to shoot 2 projectiles. And if one misses, you just don't disable anything and you have to wait another 13 seconds. On top of that, 13 seconds in itself loses to a lot of Sector 1 weapons as well. Loses to Speedum, loses to Heavy Lasers, loses to Burst Laser 1, I think. Yeah. So, if you're just shooting weapons, then you're just waiting on 2 human-sized borders to slowly kill the enemy crew before you finally win after taking 10 hull damage because the drone was just shooting all over you. Yeah, I think one thing I would do for the ship is definitely give it drone booster and then see how that helps. Because I think that would just cut off the time to kill by 2 to 3 seconds, which is honestly pretty good when you have a slow boarding ship like this. But yeah, I don't know, Misha B is just bad. Okay, next up, we have another ship that's I don't know whether this is controversial, but it's also a very weird ship. Like, for whatever reason, Categor B only has 4 projectiles or 4 missiles in the storage. So there is a legitimate chance you could just run out of missiles within the second fight. And that's kind of funny to think about, but not funny when you're actually playing the ship. So yes, I know Elite Colonel 1's like fantastic, but four four missiles is not saving anyone. Sorry, it's not saving anyone. 50% chance to just run out of missiles really quickly. And it does not help that the whole gimmick is asphyxiation, which means you're waiting there as long as possible. Right? You're waiting there hoping for the enemy to suffocate, while you have to endure the brunt of their offense unless you shoot them, but you can only do so 4 times, 4 to 8 times on average. Slug C? Wait, what's Slug C? Wait, Capital C? No, Capital C is not that bad. Blue one from Multiverse. This one. Oh, that's Guild C. Mm, Guild C, I'm pretty sure it's like... let's see. Wait, did I put it that high up? No, I surely did not put it that high up. Oh, okay, spoiler. Yeah, I do think Guild C is better. Just because boarding. The one with asphyxia. Huh? Oh, no, dude. This is so much better. This is so much better. Blue power 4-shot laser with hacking. There's no way this is as bad as that. I think you forgot. No, asphyxiator still sucks, obviously, but like the weapons are insane. Hacking's insane. Cruise better, more power. This is leaps and miles ahead of Categor B. Like absolutely miles ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I think you forgot hacking, maybe. Okay, anyways, getting back to Categor B. Yeah, and one more thing, Elite Kernel 1 also got nerfed this patch. It's 13 seconds instead of 11 seconds, and that means it loses to more Sector 1 weapons. As good of a weapon as Elite Kernel 1 is, it can get shot down by a heavy laser. So, this ship not only can't deal with Sector 1 heavy lasers, it also has a very limited offense. So, yeah, that's why it's ending up in the E- tier. Alright, next one, also on this page, um, Cultivator A. I I think I overrated the ship in the past. It's just it's kind of painfully mid as well, honestly. Like flag 1 for disabling systems is, it's kind of similar to how Guild B also only has a flag 1 to disable systems. But admittedly, I do think Cultivator A is a bit better because you do have a chain spore. So if you get shot once in weapons by one projectile, one system damage weapon, you can use the chain spore. There's that. But if you get hit with a heavy laser, you're stuck using the flag 1. Yes, it doesn't start with a teleporter. I don't know why. If this had a teleporter, this would actually be a pretty decent ship, like B tier or something. It doesn't. And you have a very weird power shortage as well, where you can't run both engines and oxygen. Like, don't know why the ship's so poor on power, when it really has no reason to be. And cultivators don't give enough oxygen to sustain the whole ship, I'm pretty sure. Like, they do for a while, but at the same time, my point is that this is not good enough to justify it having so little power. It's not as if it's something like Fremantle C, where it literally has a Zoltan shield on top of a regular shield to justify the low power. This one kind of just has slow weapons and no teleporter, and has low power, so it's like another net, something not nice to have, on top of an already mediocre offense. This is cool. I guess you can sell this. You can also keep it. It's up to you, but you could sell this for a shield buffer, a bit more offense, a bit faster offense, I would say. But yeah, it's just that this is pretty painfully mid compared to a bunch of other ships. And next up was actually Guild B as well. Pretty similar boat. I will say the teleporter angle is a bit. I prefer buying teleporter on Guild B because of the saboteur. Shield buffer is nice as well. Reloader is nice, helps out Black One a little bit, helps out Corbin a little bit. I wish I could say it's Corbin time, but it's not really on the ship. Oh, good point. Sorry, I should put the ships up. Cultivator A. And now, where's Guild B? Where is the professionals have standards ship? There we go. Professionals have standards. Well, they have standards when it comes to reloaders, not when it comes to weapons. I know, I wish the ship was good. It's a T. I love the TF2 reference, but this ship will always be a particular tier. Valid. Alright. Yeah, I mean, same issues as Cultivate A, so I don't think I need to explain this much further. Except, you compensate for the removal of a 2 power bomb for one more shield buffer and reloader. So, yeah. Next is... Oh, I disagree. I don't like using bio weapons. That's just me. I personally have like some sort of vendetta against bioweapons. Just I hate the fact that they don't do system damage. I hate it. That at least is an exception because that thing's kind of fast. Shell Mechanic C. This is the first ship I would say. If I was playing on pause, this would probably be D tier instead of E tier. Yeah, I have the wrong opinion on fun. Right. So the thing about the ship is that it relies on you being able to pop your abilities quickly to save charge, save your systems, and on pause, if you can immediately assess where the damage is, you can immediately repair it. So that means you hardly lose any charge on your weapons, and that's good. That makes this a lot better than it is on no pause, when I have to see, like, I can like predict it, but at the same time I need to actually see it hit, right? And also that depends on me not getting shot at by a drone. And like, if a drone shoots me cloaking while I'm moving this engine's guy to cloak to repair it, I get shot on weapons, then I'm losing 2 second charge by the time I move to this guy and pop his ability, right? Me when I actively refuse to use a core mechanic. Fair. But yeah, just saying, this would be a lot higher if... Sorry, not a lot higher, because Halber's still a bit slow, and you still need to buy shields and all that. So, but it would be better, that is for sure, if I was playing on pause. Maybe E- is even too harsh for it. Maybe it could be E or E+. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on the ship. you only play on normal or easy, does that make every ship go up a tier? Um, hard to say. Because what I would say is that this tier is relative. When I put something in F tier, I am not saying it is unplayable. That's Z tier. If I put something in F tier, I'm simply saying it has a worse win rate than something in the higher tiers. My analogy earlier is that I can imagine all of these F tier ships. Okay, maybe except Women 2, but the others probably do have a 90% win rate. The E minus tier ships have a 91% win rate. That still justifies me putting them above the F tier ships, but it's not that this distribution is skewed where like F tier has 10% win rate, D tier has 30% win rate. It's not a linear distribution, is what I'm trying to say. It's more of a very reverse exponential distribution. So, to answer your question, it depends. It's because for ships that are relatively bad, they would stay relatively bad. But on easy and normal, there are certain different criteria whereby certain ships that don't do so well against 2-shield ships may not be as bad, because the requirement to be able to deal with 2 shields is a pretty important part of this tier list, because when you play on extreme difficulty, then the exit elite is always has 2 shields. When you play on a challenge or extreme, so you need to be able to deal with that. If you don't have to deal with that, then well, maybe some ships that can scale better would be better than some ships that have more early game safety. Yes. And also, equipment grab is another important thing. Like, I think Redman was talking about this earlier. If we had equipment grab available to us as players, because extreme players do not get to select an equipment at the start of the game. If we had equipment grab, our bishop would be like D tier, I think, because having a human just solves a lot of the issues the ship has in the first place. But because we do not get that equipment grab, this ship doesn't get that privilege of being turbo boosted by a starting option. So we need to rely on ships that are already good in a sense, that they do not need the equipment grab or the lack of 2-shield enemies to thrive. That's what I would say. So it would make certain ships go up. That's, I think, the best way to answer your question. Oh yeah, anyways, I think I'm done with mechanic C, so let's move on. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you have any questions anytime for anyone, you can just ask. Like, that's the point of me doing the stream instead of doing a pre-recorded video, so we can just discuss and answer questions at the same time. But moving on, second last ship in E minus. I might need to pick up the pace a bit because this is going to take way too long if I stay at this pace. And I'm already feeling the strain on my throat. Anyways, Castro A. Multiverse Castro A, not Vanilla Castro A, just to be clear. Vanilla Castro A is still really good. Not so much Multiverse one. So yes, that is true. Like, I know a lot, especially when it comes to something like Elite Fed and Out MFK. I get a lot of contention for these two ships because I put them below the S tier. So yeah, I know people will say, but it's a free win as soon as you upgrade artillery. When you do upgrade artillery, yes. You know what other ship has a free win by the time they have 200 scrap running around? Every other ship. Okay, not every other ship, that's an exaggeration, but basically all of the ships I put above something like Elite Fed and Out MFK, if you know how to budget, if you know how to plan your offense, your defense, your everything, they have as easy of time winning, if not an even easier time winning, than Out MFK and Elite Fed. So yes, that's a good point to mention. Coming back to Multiverse Castro A. Look, it's just the fact that Burst Laser 3 takes really long, and the only reason this is moderately high is one, Reloader makes it not as painful. And two, lethal. So if you get hit in weapons, you can at least swap over to the lethal and try to shoot back at them and knock out 1 or 2 system damage. So not the end of the world. I think this would definitely be like a contender for F tier before they added the lethal 2 updates ago. But even now, the main problem is you can't have both at once. You can't use both at once. If you could, honestly, I would probably move this up to B tier because the fact that you get shot in weapons, your burst laser turns offline, then you swap over to the lethal, means you have to wait 10 seconds after getting shot to shoot back. But if this had 4 weapon power, if you get shot in weapons and the burst goes offline, you can immediately shoot the lethal back so you stop taking any more damage. So, assuming it hits, but that's beside the point. The main point is that the fact that you can only use one at a time is the main issue on the ship. If you want to make this ship better, I say just give it level 4 weapons. It's not even that burst 3 is overpowered. It's not. By multiverse standards, I think this is a perfectly fine example that you can have level 4 weapons. It would not make this overpowered at all. That's my opinion on it. Starting with NG, yes, that is true. That is nice for sure. Like compared to vanilla Castro A, where it only has 3 humans, but it has significantly better weapons, which we'll get to eventually. Yeah. The only thing about the no cost point is that I'm using that because it's one is comfortable for the way I play, and two, it doesn't affect that much outside of a couple of explicit examples, which I will mention. Like we just talked about Mechanic C. Some of the other obvious examples are Spider Ships and Sylvan Sea. I think these are the main culprits of being negatively affected by no pause. Other than that, it's still mostly about macro than micro. Like the way you budget, the way you do your combat priorities, how you move through around, with the exception of heavy micro things like spiders and um extremely um extremely precise door juggles. You don't need to be on pause to do that. So yeah. Gosh dang it, I keep forgetting to put ships on the tier list. Alright, where is it? Shell mechanic. There we go. Here it is. Alright, here we go. Okay, yeah. Coming back to Castro A, yeah, that's all I have to say about it. If you want to make it good, buff it to 4 weapon power, and it will rise. I tell you that much. Last ship. Oh wait, the last ship is here as well. Unit A. Same issue as vanilla Rock B, which is what I was alluding to earlier on. You do not want to have 1 point of offense, really, which also loses to sector 1 heavy lasers, if I'm not mistaken. Life jackets also sells for less than rock plating, so not great. And one thing I should note, you can shoot shields with Pierce Heavy, and then that opens it up for Heavy Laser want to do something. That should not be your first priority. If the enemy can damage you, you need to be shooting Pierce Heavy at offense first. If there's a drone ship, shoot Pierce Heavy at the drone system. Do not shoot it at shields and use the Heavy Laser one to shoot at drones. Then you need 2 shots to hit to disable offense. That's just a thing I had in mind to say. Yes, you were not in the war. You did not see me die to a jump 1 slaver on TRC Castro. Yes. But also, jokes aside, like, if any ship doesn't get hit by heavy laser weapons in Sector 1, then, like, a lot of ships already have it easy, so we kind of need to set a standard where, like, there are ships that are just less consistent. No, it's not even, like, I know people joke about, I think it's a joke, but, okay, maybe that fight could have been saved if it was on pause, whereby I could juggle my repairs better, but Even that fight, it was just nasty. I think it hit my weapons and weapons again. But the point of that, the point of me mentioning this heavy laser thing over and over again is just that one, it's one of the most dangerous offenses that an enemy can have. Because I'm not just talking about two heavy laser ships, I'm talking about drone ships because those also can have one power weapons, including the heavy laser. And that's the point of failure for most of these weaker ships. Whereas the stronger ships, they do not suffer from such a point of failure. That's what I'm trying to say. So this is the point where we need to distinguish between ships' consistencies. Well, you just told me, so happy birthday in advance. In 4 minutes, so I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, Unit A just mid. I have nothing else much to say about it. Single projectile offense is not great. You will see a lot of the other ships that are coming up, which are better. They have more room for error. More, if they miss a shot, that's fine. They will still be fine, and so on. You will see. But for now, that's it for E minus. We are going to move on to the E tier. Let's see. Okay, starting us off in E tier. In a similar spirit to Out Bishop. In a very similar spirit to Out Bishop. We have Cast Cruiser. Yes, I was drinking water because I'm literally like talking so much. Like I've never talked this much before. But anyways, Cars. What can I say? Basically the same issues as um Out Bishop, but to a lesser extent, to be fair. I forgot to put Unit A. Like, alright. Alright. Yes, so Class A suffers from the same issues that Out Bishop does, whereby the repair is better for sure. Like, this one Mantis alone repairs better than two Bishops, but you will still suffer. At least you have doors, so short of you getting hit indoors, you can at least vent fires. You also have something that can actually damage enemies. That's cool. But aside from that, it's just not that great. I mean, cars can one-shot enemy crew, but you need to have extremely precise timing to be able to hit two crew. And if you don't, that means you can get shot at in the meantime. A weak weapon system also means that upgrading your offense to include more system damage is a bit rougher than other ships. And it just has nothing else compared to the other better boarding ships, as we'll get to in like the B tier. So, also there are mind control ships in Sector 1, so have fun with those. They're not common, admittedly. It's just a point that's like, if you face a mind control ship, then you're not gonna have a fun time because those ones, they can come with two weapon power. And two weapon power means two heavy lasers are possible. So, yeah. That's Paz Cruiser. Next up. Yes, I finally get to put a ship up here. Yes, I finally get to put a ship down. Kata B, I hate you so much. I Look, it's not even that bad. Because you have reach boarding, it automatically can't be that bad. Oops, okay. Yeah, it's not even that bad. Just because it has reach boarding, it means you can disable systems. But why does it need to be like even poorer than MFK C for crying out loud? Low power, weak weapon system, no weapons. Spore reserves is niche. It's not even like an insane augment like Colonel Greenhouse. Then maybe I would say fair enough. But it's not that. It's just you can use your spores twice, but really you only need to be using it once a fight, and that's more than enough usually. They spend all the budget on the crew. Yeah, like that's what it feels like. But you know what else spent all the budget on the crew and still comes out richer? This ship. What do you mean I get 4 super elites and still become better than Categor B? I have cloaking, I have these syllables. What do you mean? And I get to do the slug knight trick where I lower their health to use their stun bomb at the start of the fight, so I can also disable systems. So what do you mean Categor B has to be poorer than MFKC of all ships? I don't get it. Like, this ship can be buffed very easily. Give it any weapon. That's it. That's all I ask. And okay, anything other than a defense laser 1 or ion 1, that doesn't help. Like, just give it a 1 power 2 shot laser or a missile. Problem solved. I would like the ship a lot more. Yeah, this also doesn't have weapons, so I know I chose that ship as a point of reference to say, hey, Categor B kind of sucks. Defense laser will work to you too. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good point. But yeah, just if it's not any one power weapon, I would like it a lot more immediately. I see no reason for this to be that poor. Okay, rant over. You will not see me that angry anymore for any other ship. Alright, alright. Back to the normal schedule. Spook Chaser C is next. This might be a bit surprising to some, kind of similar to Tuco C, but it's also kind of painfully mid. First things first, Drive Hacker is useless. You are not summoning an MV boss in your first 3 sectors. Please do not summon an MV boss. You are wasting 7 fuel. Unless you get lucky and you find Castro B while having a decent offense, then yeah, go for it. But honestly, at that point, like, at the point you are strong enough to take on MV Rebels, sorry, not MV Rebels, just Renegade Cruisers, you are already stable. So it's one of those counterintuitive gimmicks. Not counterintuitive in terms of like it's a bad gimmick. Like I like the fact that the ship starts with Drive Hacker. That's cool, but it's counterintuitive in terms of win rate, because this doesn't really help in terms of win rate. Crew is good, yes. Admittedly, crew is definitely good. Soldier, technician, medic is a very balanced combo that helps to make up for the lack of doors. Now, adaptive phaser, I have to tell people a lot. This is not good. Like, let me just put it out there. 3 power for what is essentially... No, this thing is even worse than a phaser 1 on the first shot. Okay? A phase 2 shoots twice before the adaptive phaser shoots once. Let's put that into perspective. By the time this thing shoots twice, by the time adaptive phaser has shot twice, phaser 2 has shot 4 times. So that means because adaptive phaser takes so long, that also means the time for you to disable an enemy system is 15 seconds at least. Because battery beam by itself also has a 16-second cooldown to deal 1 system damage. So even if conservative ion hits, you still need to wait for battery beam. So we're getting close to the burst laser 3 times here. Like, battery beam is only 1 second faster than burst laser 3. So yeah, the main problem here is you can't disable offense quickly. You lose to Sector 1 Heavy Laser, but the thing is that even if you get shot by a Sector 1 Heavy Laser, I'm pretty sure you can still fire these 2 weapons. So, actually, good question. I forgot if you can, but I'm pretty sure you still can. And that's the thing. It does feel unlikely that you just died. That is true. For what it's worth, you're not that easy to die on the ship. So that's why it's like in E tier and not lower. So there's a bunch of ships as well you'll see later on that they are just very good at not dying, and that's why they're higher up, even though it doesn't feel like they're that strong offense wise. I think you will see there's a very big surprise waiting for you in the S plus tier, but I'll review that on day 3 because we'll get there when we get there. But yes, you're right. Ability to not die, Very important. That's why it's E tier. Next, we have another shieldless, cloakless ship. Harmony B, NGB. Yeah. Right. So outpower. Ooh. Outpower didn't got a rework. The divine armor isn't 100% resist chance anymore. We will talk about this. It is no longer double S tier because of that change. But y- we will get there. We will get there. But that's definitely not today. For now, we're gonna go to NGB. Yeah, same issues as Vanilla Stealth C, with the caveat of you being able to throw both of these out at every single fight. Plus, you have more sellables, so you can sell this, while keeping the Guardian drone, and then you only need 50 scrap to get shields online, which is pretty good, honestly, for considering a ship that doesn't have shield. But of course, the issue is you also do not have cloaking, and that puts you in kind of a deficit, honestly. Um, Also, defender drones are like not that reliable. I It's reliable until it is not. That's how I would describe it. Sometimes it will save you, sometimes it will do a miracle, sometimes it just falls flat and allows you to take 10 system damage. So when we talk about consistency, I would much prefer having shield over defender 1. So unfortunately, because of this consistency issue of the defense drone, it's gotta be down here. Also, by the way, you just have no defense against mini beams until you find shields, so you kind of just take 2 to 3 free hull damage every single time. Yeah. Yeah, Guardian hard carries this. Sure. Um, Yet another case of I don't think this ship is horrible just because you have a lot of sellables to get your shields up. It's just that other ships do it better because they don't have this deficit that they have to work their way out of. By the time this thing gets first shields, other ships are already working on their second shields, if that put it that way. Yeah, Out Paladin has no is no longer super immunity, like yeah. Not double S tier, I can tell you that much. It's still decent enough, but we will get there when we get there. For now, that's NGB. Enemies get pinpoints as soon as Sector 2. Exactly. Because I'm pretty sure they gave Militia ships and Vampweed enemies pinpoints, so have fun dealing with those. Yeah, and maybe there's another reason why gathering cyclists are not that great, but I digress, that's a topic for another day. For now, next ship. Ooh, this one moved up a bit. I like it. Where is Federation C? Multiverse one, not vanilla one. For the first time, MV Fed C is better than vanilla Fed C. Rejoice, I guess. Because the buff was pretty nice. That is what I would say. Now, Tri-Ion got indirectly buffed. Okay, no, we don't care about the artillery buff. It still takes way too long to charge up. Defense laser is nice. I have to give it that. It's you can actually. But let's put it into perspective here. Beforehand, I think Torch also got a cooldown bar. When I started playing Multiverse, Torch took 18 seconds. So, and it cost 2 power, but the one on this ship was 1 power anyway, so that doesn't change much. Um, Torch with 18-second cooldown means that you have to wait 18 seconds for this to charge. You have to light the enemy ship on fire, and then you have to wait another 4 seconds for the 3-tile fire to disable enemy weapons or drones. So that means the time it took to deal 1 system damage was 22 seconds on average. That's extremely long, and that is why this ship was in F tier for the longest time. Now that has been nerfed, that has been buffed to like 12 seconds, because Tri-Ion, I know Tri-Ion is a bit slow, but by the time it reaches the enemy ship, it's like 12, 13 seconds. And defense laser can immediately get a hit in. So the time to deal 1 system damage has gone down from like 22 seconds down to 13 seconds. And that's fantastic. That's why this is no longer in F tier. However, it's just one system damage, right? So let's not overhype it. It is one system damage, but it is also just one system damage. Artillery takes a bit too long to come into effect. It's fun, I will give it that, but 30 seconds to not even deal instant system damage, it's a bit of a hard ask, I have to say. Um, New artillery internal, decent, but again, that's yeah. Uh, Before I continue talking about that, the artillery internal is something that you consider in a late game, and I would say I like it because I think it bumps the cooldown up to 30 seconds, and if you have a what was it? If you have reloaders, I think the cooldown goes to 25 seconds. So for 25 seconds, you can instantly ignite a whole set of rooms wherever you want through shields. That's good. That's decent. Honestly, it's not amazing, but that's a late game thing. So I like it for sure, but it's not enough to make me change my ranking of the ship. It's mostly this defense razor. The difference a defense razor can make. Please give a defense razor on a Hellion B, please. Yes, I know. This ship is fun. I will say that again and again. 5e is really fun. It's just not good, unfortunately. Also, it really got a bit of an indirect nerf in the sense that single lost suns are no longer super consistent in starting fires. So the teleporter angle is a bit more questionable now. Whereas before, you could actually go to a store, liquidate all of this, and get a lost sun to immediately start fires on an enemy ship. That was pretty cool. Now it's a bit more questionable, so you probably do have to rely on your weapons a bit more. But at least you got the defense rated, so you're not too bad off for now. Okay, next up, more water. Gosh, I almost went through a whole bottle already, and we're not even done yet. We are doing E tier and D tier today. That's the goal. Next up, hmm, Rebel A. Rebel A. The definition of painfully mid. If I can find it, there we go. I don't even think this is that bad because I think they kept buffing the cooldown. They buffed the tactic razor quite a bunch of times already. It used to be like, I swear this used to be 13 seconds, then they buffed it to 11 seconds, and now it's 10 seconds. Which is pretty fast. It's one of the few 2-powered weapons that beats Sector 1 heavy lasers, and that's kind of cool. But ultimately, yeah, it's just one of those ships. What is there that's fantastic about this? This is only good for shield breaking. You can't rely on this to disable systems because it goes all over the place. And then beyond that, you just have this. So, yeah. There's nothing to talk about this ship because it's just so mid compared to other ships. Whereas from the C tier, D tier onwards, I can start glazing some things about ships. I have nothing to glaze about the ship. That's why it's down here. Yeah. Yes. That is something you learn the hard way. Do not put your lost sun in weapons. Always put them in. I would always put a lost sun in engines because I would rather lose engines than shields or weapons. So, yeah, good to know. Anyways, we're just gonna move on from this ship. It's just quite uninteresting in general. Ooh, next one we have. Uh, I used to get hate for this, but Hector A is down here. I think if let me think, if I'm not mistaken, a couple updates ago, this would be like E minus borderline F tier because it had the same issue as Fed A, whereby it's a single 2-power 3-shot laser. But then the buffs came in. Now it has a cooldown module, and so now it can actually beat Sector 1 heavy lasers, which is very nice. Shield buffer, very nice. Hector Virtual Store, it's nice for the first mod laser because if you buy power module, you turn this into something that's better than Flag 3, which is insane. But that's about as useful as this store gets because I'm not paying 96 scrap for a knockoff Burst Laser 2. Let's just put it that way. Especially when the store itself does not sell um it doesn't sell cooldown mod. If it did, that would be kind of broken, I guess, but still, for how expensive it is, can't use it beyond buffing the first mod laser. Yes, I think that's valid. You could move this into E plus if you wanted to. Um, yeah, I'll bring out the E plus ships later, and then we'll see how it performs against them. So yeah, but definitely not that bad now. Especially like if you see your sector 2 options, you could swap a rad module onto this to get a cheeky crew kill onto sector 2 guard and get even more offensive boost. I did this on my I'm pretty sure I did this on my Hector A run, whereby I put a rad module onto this, crew killed the Union Guard, and then suddenly I had a 1 power laser that was just assisting this a lot. And then I swapped up the rad module. It was just useful for that one fight, but that was good. It gave me a 1 power 2-shot laser. So yeah. One thing though, you have 4 crew. I remember I used to give away 1 crew at that Federation Barricade event in Sector 1 because you can't afford to. You can't afford to do it on something like the B or C because they only have 3 crew and losing 1 crew knocks you down to 2 crew. But I can give away 1 crew here, so I guess that's something that's a little bit nice. Yeah. No, it's one of those things, like you see the systems and you're like, hey, it's not that bad, but it's mm, look, if I move it up, it won't be because of these systems. It will be because of the customizability of the mod laser. The fact that you can turn this into a better flag tree is insane. That is the reason I would move this up, if I do. So, we'll get around to it eventually, like when we look at the E plus tier. But, for now, the third last ship in E tier is going to be Ossman A. Where's this guy? There we go. Ossman A. Made a whole video about this, but it's still not that good, honestly. Like, here we go. Like, 4 power weapon system is nice if you can swap out your weapons for a whole bunch of good lasers. Like, I think even on the guide video I made for this ship, I managed to swap out my offense for like burst 2, flag 1, burst 1, which is kind of insane. And you can power all of that with 4 weapon power, which is good. But until that point, that also relies on you getting lucky in stores. Ossman A is not that badly affected, honestly, because the way I guess you could say it is indirectly affected a bit, but it would not move up leagues like Mechanic C, because the way I play it on no pause is that I maintain 2 holograms at all times. When one dies, I spawn another, so they're all located within the same room. I don't overflow them into other rooms. Right, so if you were playing on pause, theoretically you could maintain 3 at the same time, but that also has a slight knockoff effect of like you burn through your supply quicker in a prolonged fight. So it's not that much big of a deal, honestly. I just yeah, I'm happy with powering 2 extra holograms per room. Because if you want to cycle 3 holograms online permanently, you burn through your supply very quickly, like within a minute of the fight. Whereas if I maintain 2, I think I can last for a minute and a half, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that's why I don't think, because I'm not moving these holograms around that much. To me, they're just there as out sultans in a sense. Because the audio cue for when they die is quite clear. So when I hear the audio cue, I just immediately come back, activate these 2, and go back to doing whatever I was doing. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is I wouldn't move this up a tier just because I was ranking this on pause. Because ultimately it still has the issue of like your offense being kind of mid in general. These two are only good because they take 2 power and that forces the ship to give you a 4 power weapon system. That's like the best thing about these two weapons, which is kind of sad to say. Heavy energy, it comes down to the same issue of like single projectile offense. Remember how I was beating on Union A for having heavy pierce as a one projectile offense? Same thing here. If heavy energy misses, you're kind of just sitting there for another 11 seconds. Double ion damage on empty rooms. Truly golden, dude. Let me just apply 4 ion to this random vent that a slug ship has. Double ion. It's a weapon you can... No, you can't pop 2 shield bubbles with single projectile. That's the issue. If it could, I think it would be better. I would definitely move the ship to D minus if this could pop 2 shields, but it can't. Because it applies the damage and ion at the same time. It doesn't apply the ion and then knock down a shield layer. Yeah, that's the joke. He did not stutter, my friend. Yo, welcome to the stream, Harun. But yes, if heavy energy could knock down 2 shield layers, I think this would be better. But it can only knock down 1 at a time. It can self-stack, but it will take a while to do so. And I think you're better off just replacing it with something at that point. Like energy 2 can disable can knock off 2 shield at the same time because it shoots 2 different projectiles that each knock down 1 shield layer. Whereas this one, even though the projectile deals 2 hull damage, it only knocks down 1 shield layer because it knocks down the shield layer and applies the ion at the same time. It doesn't do ion and then shield damage, if that makes sense. So yeah, I guess engine disable is nice, additional scrap selling value, but yeah. Next up, there are 2 more ships here. We're going back to vanilla for this one. Zoltan B, vanilla Zoltan B. Okay, let me get the other one out of the way as well. I think I hinted at this. Stealth A is also not good in vanilla. Sorry, vanilla Stealth A is not good in Multiverse. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright. Let's talk about Zoltan B first. So, Zoltan B, it's another one of those pretty insignificant ships. Like, there's nothing so great about the ship. There's only something terrible about the ship, and that's the 100 scrap deficit. Because it kind of has a similar situation to Ossman A. The 4 power weapon system is more nice to have than it is to have the weapons. I think when I was playing this ship before, I died at a sector 1 exit elite because my simple ions kept missing. And by the time they got through, it's like only that 1 system damage, so I still got raided by like a burst laser 2. Yes. Zoltan shield is nice, but actually that's the only thing keeping it from being F tier. So, seems a bit obvious when I say it that way, but that's that. Alright. Offense is not amazing, and the fact that you have to put 100 scrap towards shields means you can't be working on your offense. So, yeah. That, and now Stealth A, oh, fell off so much because now every ship can get a dual laser. It's no longer exclusive to Stealth A. Kinda sad, but it is what it is. Definitely a bit better than the other stealth ships because you can get shields cloak a bit sooner thanks to system casing being sold for 40 scrap. But here you can only deal 1 system damage per room through 2 shields. And for that reason, it's just... It struggles against the Sector 1 exit elite, and there's no other way to put it. Like, even with shields and cloak. But the very fact that it has shields and cloak is what keeps it this high, in a sense. I wouldn't call it high, it's just high relative to some of the other vanilla ships that fell off. Right. Admittedly, it's still a good offense. maybe you could argue E plus tier. That's true. Every ship can get mini beam now. Plus beams have fallen off, so it's like it's getting indirectly stabbed from every single direction. It's kind of sad. Hmm. Also, it doesn't do that well against drone ships, I don't think. Because if a drone shoots you in weapons, then we're back to relying on a single burst laser one to deal system damage. This ship feels worse than Hector A. I I could see that. I kind of see where you're coming from, honestly. So, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. I think that's valid. I'm gonna just slide Hector A to top of E tier. I don't know if I'm gonna move it up yet, but we'll see. Because, okay, I might be biased, but I think something better than a flat tree is really nice. So, if you can put a power module onto the mod laser and turn it into a 12-second 3 power 5 shot laser, that's absolute cinema. Too little bad about Hector A. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, yeah, I'll get started on the E plus tier, and then we'll see how it goes. No promises, it could happen. Let's see. Um, Actually, you know what, before I do that, I literally need to refill my water, so give me 1 minute, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Let's move on to E plus tier. Mhm. Okay, this ship, I was a bit skeptical. I thought I could move it up to D tier, maybe. Um, I want to hear what you guys think. Rock A used to be C tier at least when these two missiles still had hull bust, and it was the funniest thing ever. But since then, the ammo issue is a bit more prevalent, so to speak. And teleporter is a valid angle because, like, when you see ballistics, you think teleporter's a good thing to pair with them, but rocks are slow at getting things done. It's the same issue I had with Misha B, whereby they just take too long to kill things. And the reason why teleporters pair well with ballistics is that the ballistics are very power efficient at disabling systems, while boarding gives you a way to kill ships without having to use all your ammo. Oh, sorry, this is vanilla. Okay, vanilla. Wait. Let me just double check my tier list to make sure I didn't like swap them around. Because, um, yeah, I think I had vanilla rock A down here. And then MV's Rocket is like D tier. It's not that much better, but I do think it's better. Yeah. Augment isn't locked. True, you can sell it. Rock plating, I guess it's also nice to use against a Sector 2 Renegade. If you happen to have it and you haven't sold it, you can just flick it and pray that it hits your weapons or something like that. But it's not reliable. It could hit your oxygen and it'll be like literally do nothing. But yeah, the ammo issue is still a bit too prevalent for me to ignore, especially considering that your only real sellable is rock plating and you can't crew kill until you get a teleporter. But if you get a teleporter, then you're gonna take more hull damage because these two lose to Sector 1 heavy lasers. So yeah. Yeah, -4 hull is decent. It's just a question of is that more valuable than 40 scrap you could get immediately from selling it? And that's something that's a bit of a gray area. I think it depends on. It's not something that you immediately sell for sure. Like, I think rock plating is much better than that it was in vanilla. But it's one of those things that if you find something great to sell it for, you sell it. If you don't, then it's nice to keep. I think that's the best way to put it. Yes, it is indeed time. for another multiverse tier list. It's been very delayed, but finally got around to getting it done. So, okay, that's Rock A. Sorry, that's Vanilla Rock A. So, okay, at least it seems like people agree with it being E plus tier. So, we'll leave it there. Coalition C. Ah, yes, this one. This one. You know, literally one of the only ships in the game that cannot disable enemy systems, by the way. Okay, that that's not an understatement. This is one of the only ships that cannot disable enemy systems. Uh, yeah, that's vanilla. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. I just remember to put vanilla rock A. Iron Fury vanilla. I like the comparison. Hey, I hope so. If my tier list prompts them to work faster, then hey, good on good on me, I guess. Getting the update out faster for all of us. But yes, coming back to Coalition C. If you look at the rest of the E tier, F tier, Z tier, like hell, even Limit 3 can disable systems. Even Limit 3 can disable systems. Let that sink in. It's slow, it's not consistent. It takes a mine launcher and takes missiles. But it still can burn down systems. Not Coalition C. Even, the other two shield ship that's like really slow? It's this one. Even a Vulcan, a ship that has a single Vulcan as its only offense, can disable systems. Not Coalition C. Like, it's it's deceptively horrible how bad it is that you cannot do anything to systems. And I don't know, it is just something I just thought about recently. It's just the more I thought about it, the more this ship got worse as I thought about it. It can use to okay, technically true, but not reliable. Like if I face a mirror, there's like a 1 in 7 chance I hit weapons. So Lumitry, yeah, I know. I'm just joking about Lumitry. It's obviously still horrible, but I'm just saying, quotiency not being able to disable systems is horrible. Replace MC with hacking on um, hmm, hmm. Honestly, D tier or C tier, take it or leave it. Because the reason why ships with hacking are good is because it buys them time for weapons that would normally be bad to be okay. Like Stealth B. If Stealth B did okay, MV Stealth B, not vanilla Stealth B. If MV's Stealth B had like if this did not have hacking, Tamayari is a horrible single offense. But it does have hacking, so this is actually not bad now. So hacking is great when it enables your things to be more consistent when otherwise they would not be consistent. Hacking on Coalition C does not change the fact that you can't disable enemy systems. And additionally, mind control is actually one of the reasons why this is actually not that bad. Because this halves the time you need to cool kill enemies because you can mind control enemies, group them up together, and double swipe them with Pelta. So mind control on the ship is actually not a joke compared to sometimes buying mind control ahead of hacking, right? So losing mind control for hacking is actually not a massive upgrade that you might think it is. No doubt, I would still think it's an upgrade, but it's not as big a deal as it would be. Now, if you gave this ship hacking and mind control, honestly, B or C tier, I would say. If you gave both hacking and mind control to the ship. Slug. Gang, you have slug. We're talking coalition, baby. Yes. Okay, yeah. Nothing else much to say about the ship. Also, 2 lock augments is kind of not nice. That is what I will say. And we're gonna move on before I unleash any more on the ship. Next one, Oh, this ship also got a bit of a glow up. A bit. Dynasty B. Turns out, adding a whole extra laser really does help a ship out. Sure, maybe an old heavy laser 1. It is still a weapon. It is still an extra gun. Ship with a stalling gimmick, no stalling systems. Exactly, that's kind of how Coalition C just ends up so low. No, it's ghost visibility. I think that's more of a no. Okay, I wasn't making a joke about that. I can't see what you mean, but no, I was referring to the extra heavy laser. So here's the thing. Now, when you face two shield enemies, okay, imagine the four heavy laser that exist. Before, against the exit elite, you needed all three shots to hit. The first two shots could go anywhere, that's fine, as long as they broke shields. The other shot needs to hit weapons through the 52 pixel shot radius. And I can do the math right now. Second one, exit elite. I'm pretty sure that one has um one engine or so. So there's an 85% chance for your shots to hit. So I did the math on this before. Hang on. I can do it right now. I have a calculator with me. So um we just need to do 35 squared divided by 52 squared. So the odds of an old heavy laser hitting a 2x2 room is 45%. So when we combine this with the fact that you need to hit all three lasers and not miss a single one, 0.85 cube, we multiply that by that. So the chance of you damaging weapons with this ship before the fourth laser is like 27, 28%. I thought that would just be fun as an example to give, but beforehand it was a 28% chance. Now, I haven't done the exact math. It's significantly more because you can miss one shot. You can have one shot go astray. You're fine. You still have the other one. Unfortunately, this still does not scale well, especially once you start facing ships with 2x1 weapon systems that only have two towers. Then this ship really starts to struggle. And some of the renegade ships do have a 2x1 weapon system. Yeah. I know, I'm not gonna pull this math out for every single ship. I just thought it was kind of funny because I specifically did it on this ship to prove that 3 old heavy lasers is not good. Because I think someone was telling me like 3 power for 6 system damage is great, and I was like, no, the shot radius is a lot worse than you think it is. So I pulled out the math. I just thought it was funny. Yeah, I think I would agree. You still take basic laser for the ship. So also the sell price is pretty bad. So even though you do have 4 weapon power, it's not that easy to transition out of this because you can't sell your way to a better weapon in that sense. Yes, the system power itself is great. It's a bit hard to fund the other weapons. I mean, fund your purchase of other weapons, right? So, all right, that's that. Next is Gathering B. No, not Gathering B. Sorry, that one's actually better. Gathering C. I just need to find it. Where is the strawberry ship? Here it is. Here it is. Strawberries. Unfortunately, it does not have the actual strawberry weapon, which would be kind of funny, but that's just tragic. Wait, I should move this down so you guys can see the rest of the list. All right. Yeah. Next time, please do not give chain kernel as the single weapon that can disable systems, because heavy laser is useless until this thing knocks down shields. The only reason this thing is higher than it was previously before the Orchid update is because they gave this kernel greenhouse. I think this used to be near the bottom of the E tier in 5.3 because back then it did not have greenhouse. And I think the chain kernel was not even elite. It was a normal chain kernel. So your replication chance was 25% lower, and you did not have greenhouse. So it was just, I don't know, it's a big mess. I'm glad they buffed it the way they did. Losing the radius is a bit tragic because then doing solar panels is a bit harder. But look, greenhouse is greenhouse. The moment you replace this with a better missile weapon, you are probably fine. The main issue is getting there. Because this thing also loses the Sector 1 heavy lasers. Surprise. Yeah. And also it's a single projectile offense, so again it violates that criteria of like, if you miss once, wow, great. Enemies can still shoot at you. That's valid. I do wish this had a strawberry gun. Maybe not, but I don't know. I think I would prefer this ship if you didn't have Colonel Greenhouse, but you instead had better missile weapons. Like maybe it gives you a Colonel 1 and Ares, for example, then you have to rely more on solar panels. Yeah, like solar panels are good, but Colonel Greenhouse is so overpowered that you probably can get away with selling solar panels in the first store. That's the thing. Like I feel like this whole ship's gimmick was supposed to be solar panels, but it's overtaken by Colonel Greenhouse, and that's why I feel like the right way to approach this ship, rebalancing this, would be to just take away Colonel Greenhouse and give it better missiles than Chain Colonel, while also having those missiles require missiles, as in, not colonels. One colonel, one non-colonel. So you can use missiles, but you gotta fund it with solar panels. I think that will make it more interesting to lean into the gimmick. Me with the team. Fair enough. Cartagena B in E tier. Yes. Agreed. We all hate Cartagena B. Please. I hope it gets a buff next update. I mean, I did my part. I tried asking for a buff in 5.5, I believe. It's just it didn't happen because I think we only talked about balance like a bit later on in the playtest cycle. So yeah, I think they are well aware of like it's not that great. I hope it gets a buff eventually because I talk with local a lot and he's one of the devs, so I'm pretty sure um they are thinking about it. Because local was the one who gave Morph C the huge rework. So yeah, we will see what they have to cook up. Um anyways, that's that aside. What's next? Ooh, another ship that moved up. Shell A. Shell A, there we go. Okay, so this ship, some might consider it a nerf, some might consider it a buff. I'm on the side of thinking it's a buff. What happened this update is that they turned Stunner 1 into conservative bomb. Sorry, no, the other way around. What am I talking about? They turned. What are you talking about, dude? Okay. Anyways, what they did, they turned conservative bomb into Stunner 1, which is definitely a weapon downgrade, but because of that, they had to give this one more weapon power. So it now has one buffer for the Hull 2, and that's good. So it has a weapon buffer for Hull 2, it has a shield buffer, and yeah, it's not bad. I forgot about that. I don't know. It just didn't come to my mind at the moment. I'm sorry. But yeah. So also the teleport angle is pretty good. Shells being great borders, they can disable systems. Yes, definitely bomb is better than a stunner as a weapon, but I feel like giving it that one weapon buffer made it better. Because now you only lose to heavy lasers, you don't lose to defense lasers as well, or a random drone shot. So that's my take on it. I think it makes sense if you prefer the conservative bomb, because conservative bomb is like crazy good as a weapon. But yeah, not much else to say. I would say this probably could be a bit higher, maybe D minus, but still, it's just not that fantastic compared to other ships. You still have to buy teleporter in the first place, whereas like Type B, Type C already start with teleporters, so they're significantly better. I don't know, maybe they want the pilot to go boarding as well. I have no idea. Alright, another definition of just a ship that exists. Not in a bad way, because this next ship is unique, but it also just exists. It is wait, where is it? Oh gosh, I'm blind. Ah, there we go. Separatist B. Look, it's unique, yes. Oh, I don't get how the kit really comes together. It's kind of just an amalgamation of things you can sell, honestly. Now, 2000 TP is good if your borders are good, and shells are something I would consider worth buying teleporter for. So, ugh, ugh. Separatist B, what are we doing here? What exactly is this ship even for? I know it's the split ship gimmick, but yeah, it's not bad, but like what does it do that is good? That's my question. It's actually pretty good at staying alive between the separatists repairing the top. The maintenance drones can fix up all of your auxiliary systems. Repair bomb keeps you alive. Nice, you can cool kill, but it's just so it has things to keep it alive. What else? Exactly, it does basically nothing. Your offense is not great either. This thing knocks out one shield. You can deal one system damage at a time. And yeah, okay. So I agree. By the way, you should be venting every room except one, so the boarders go to that room and just eventually die from murder bots. That's that. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, I legitimately do not know what else to say about the ship. It's just there. You can sell this. You can sell this for a little bit of a better offense, but that banks on you being able to find better offense in the stores. Otherwise, it exists. Let's move on. Next, Osmian C, already much more interesting, I will say. Osmian C. Where is the ship here? Alright. Cool. Here, you have another example of an offense that it like it works in the sense that you can brute force enemies. You can just shoot this through, you can pinpoint, you can kill enemies. It's not so good at actually disabling enemy systems. That's the kind of one of the main problems with this ship. And on top of that, the power issue is a bit of the power shortage is a bit of an issue. Words. Cryo storage is okay. I would only use this to power to get up to 3 Osmians, so I can do 1 in shields, 1 in weapons, 1 in engines, and then do my 2 Osmians, 2 um 2 hologram cycle trick. Right. And then I would sell cryo. But yeah, so that means if you want to do this, it costs 10 fuel. So you basically the what scrap you would gain from selling cryo storage, you've basically spent it on getting fuel to get the 2 Osmians. So you don't really get that much sellables otherwise. Yes, maintenance drone is nice to keep you alive. You could sell drone parts to Sylvan for more scrap, but between trying to upgrade your offense beyond energy once and solving the power shortage, this ship is just in a bit of an awkward spot in terms of needing more scrap than other ships while not doing anything too amazing. 2 energy ones are great until you run into 2 shield chips, and then they start being kind of mediocre, just like ion ones. That's a pretty good comparison. Yeah, that is true. Like the 50% ion resistance, it's good against that one elite renegade that has only ion or energy weapons, and that's about it. It's kind of niche everywhere else. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, um, the whole B minus and E plus is kind of ships that just exist. There's nothing offensively bad about them, but um, but I can't put them higher. They don't do that much. All right, same thing for the next ship coming up, and I know I talked about this with Ratman a bit, but it ultimately it's just another ship that exists. Separatist A. I personally also don't feel that bad about the ship. It feels fine, but it just exists. It really does just exist. Look, the offense I believe is better than Separatist B, but this one can go offline to a heavy laser. And chain burst, like chain burst, it it's fine. It's a one power two shot laser, but it is slow, and that's an issue in Sector 1. You don't really have much in the way of sellables, and two two one power lasers is fine, but your offense does not scale. Like I would say even Union Ace offense is better scaling than um Sapphires A, because if you find one shield breaker on the ship, you can coast off this for like 4 sectors at least. On Sapphires A, you do that, and then you get one shield breaker, and then you're stuck at 3 weapons. Yes, for sure. I think the manager being able to knock chain burst to a 12-second cooldown is good, but it still loses to heavy laser. So if this was if you only had normal mining, this ship could be a bit lower, because then at 13.5 seconds, I'm pretty sure uh you lose to burst laser once in sector 1, which is another weapon you lose to. You lose speed ups as well. But at least now you can tie them because of the added manning. And one nice thing to know is that for some reason you have an absurd amount of energy. Like I'll just show you right now. If you use both of these, chuck one here, you have like 4 spare reactor, which is kind of funny, but like it's nice, but it's not enough to push this past a very high tier in that sense. Okay, yes, that's another ship that exists. Yeah, it's fun to have. It's not that good. That's a pretty accurate description. All right, next is Theocracy C. I might get a bit of flack for this, but guys, 5% resistance chance is not good. we just have to put it that way. You are not upgrading the obsidian armor before you get shields. That's just not happening. I know this is one of the better ships to do a shieldless challenge, but it's but we're not talking about challenges here. Don't hit me with a no pause thing. I had to preempt that. But yes, it kind of falls into the same issue as Union A, where like Here's Heavy as a standalone weapon is okay, but at the same time it's a bit lurking as a single projectile weapon, in a sense. Though one thing I will say, if you get shields, you are pretty solid. Having shields, cloak, and 4 weapon power is a very nice combo, especially when your 2 weapons are pretty good. However, the issue is leading up to that. By the time you can afford your shields, you may have taken a lot of hull damage, and um, that means you could sacrifice shields or sacrifice hull repairs. One way or the other, it's not gonna be nice. And yeah, like I say, the weapons are nice, but they're not perfect. Ares is still a very slow charging weapon, and some of the renegades in Sector 2 already have hacking. If you see my video on why early game is dangerous, there's a renegade that can have level 3 hacking in Sector 2, which is honestly kind of hilarious, but it is a thing that exists. So we have to take that into account. Yeah. I don't think the ship really needs a buff. Like, I'm fine with it being a fun towards the late game ship because Obsidian armor is kind of fun. I will say that much. Just being able to, because this thing would, it can have better resistance than divine armor now, which is kind of funny to think about because divine armor got a whole change and all that. So I'm kind of fine with it being as it is. It's not like one of those ships where I really want to see a buff for. There are some ships that are just, yeah, it's fine. They can exist. Next up, second last ship in this tier. It is going to be um Ossman B. There we go. All of the Ossman line is down here. I think they changed one of the final upgrades for Obsidian armor. I think one of them is actually kind of decent now because I'm pretty sure they buffed that in this patch. Pretty sure. But like still, that's a very late game thing, so it's not gonna change my ranking anyways. Yeah. I think they buffed it this update. Anyways, Osman B, aka hard carried by the existence of a breach bomb. Otherwise, it'll be a lot lower. So, like, an efficient missile weapon and hacking are the two cornerstones of the ship is not good, but it has so and so, therefore it's actually not that bad. Right. Yeah, as I said, hard carried by this bomb because Hollow Drone, you thought Misha B was so like cool killing? Get a load of this. That's literally what I have to say about the ship. And and I will say, I think this highlights the difference between a good ship and a bad ship because you look at the difference between where Osman B is compared to where Misha B is. That's the difference having a good system disabler makes. The only reason Osman B is up here and not like borderline F tier is because of that breach bomb. And for good reason. A breach bomb is very good for disabling system, for keeping you safe. So Hollow Drone drags this ship down a lot, but breach bomb kind of stabilizes it to E plus is what I would say. If you want to buff the ship, just give it 2 weapon power. I giving more weapons than you can actually power is always an odd concept to me, except for ships that explicitly say that's the gimmick, like the EDC cruiser. So give this a 2 power, or I don't think giving this 2 hollow drones will be a good idea because then it will be like kind of competing with Misha B's gimmick. Though I think if you give this 1 more weapon power and gave this a recon drone, I think that would be a nice direction for the ship without making it too overpowered. Because you also have to fix this weak weapon system, so that's just another thing you have to do. Drone booster does not help this that much, so yeah, literally hard carried by the breach bomb, and that's it. And for the final ship in this tier, which is also the epitome of this is a ship that exists, Morphe. Literally, the weapons are fantastic. What else? What else do we have to say about Morphe? Except the weapons are great. Where's anything else special about the ship? DNA samples now being able to give you 1 free morph is nice, but you don't bought. I know like type B and type C already bought, but then that leaves type A as a emptiness. It's just we're gonna turn this into 3 humans and 1 NG anyways, so like what else? What else does that have to say really? If I buy a teleporter, I'm already behind on the other 2 ships because I had to spend 90 scrap to get that. So I don't. This is a tricky ship because I don't know what you can do to it without making it like type B and C. This reminds me of when Crystal. I don't know if some of you remember this, but Crystal A used to be a boarding ship. It did not have Crystal Scatter. It had 1 power and weapons, and it had teleporter. And we were all asking, okay, why does this ship exist when type B exists? And it literally does almost the exact same thing. So that's nice that they actually turned this and turned this into a gunship. So I like that they're distinct now. I don't know how you would go about fixing that for Morph A versus Morph B and C. It's as bland as the color it is, exactly. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any suggestions for how to make this more interesting. That's the unfortunate truth. So, yeah. For what it's worth, these are very nice weapons. And that's about all I have to say about the ship. Because, uh, you know what? After hating on Coalition C so much, fine, I'll put Hector A up here. I do think Hector A is definitely better than Coalition C, so it makes no sense that Hector A is down here and Coalition C is up here. So there you go. Hector A is in E plus. Add TP as part of the base systems. Like I think that's the quote unquote obvious answer, but at the same time, then we have Morph C that kind of just does everything that Morph A does but better. The only difference being that Morph C can't get a medical system. So it's this conundrum, and like you either make it too similar to Morph C, or it's a really bland gunship because you don't even have morphs don't have a special weapon unless you give it like Cyclopean beam, but that's not even the morph related. That's more shell related than morph. So I don't know what you would do with Morph A. I really don't. I don't think the answer is to make it a better gunship anyways. It's not like E plus is not even that bad. It just exists. Maybe they'll figure something out. I'm looking forward to what they do with this. If they do touch it. If they don't, I'm kind of fine as well because I can't think of much. Okay. E plus tier, the very bland tier is done. D minus tier. I don't think this is much better anyways, but we'll see how it goes. I don't think we have time to do C minus. We'll just do up to D plus and call it a day because it's getting kind of long and we need to get this done. Okay, I may have to do things a bit faster, especially going forward. But I mean, around C to D tier, B to D tier, I think I'll have less opinions on these, and so I can just work through them faster because I just don't need to talk as much about them. Just highlight the key points and we can move on. Starting off, Vanilla Fed B. A bit overhated in Vanilla, maybe the same applies in Multiverse. Yeah, that's true. At the end of the day, there will always be ships in the EDL. We can't change much about that. So, yeah, um, definitely better than the other fed ships because you don't lose to a single point of damage in weapons. If you take one damage in weapons, you can still fire both of these. Lethal beats out heavy lasers, so that's nice. Uh, Again, we don't care about the beam artillery. It's more so that these two are nice to actually disable things, and by that time, the beam can just finish off the hull. Not saying the beam is good, but it can finish off the hull. So there's some synergy in here. Whereas, like in something like Fed A, for example, this thing takes 10 years to charge, so that if this thing goes offline, you can't rely on this thing. Here, it's marginally better on both fronts. That's why this is significantly higher than Fed A. Yeah, I can get that. It's not actually a very interesting ship to play. Unfortunately, it just is decent by the virtue of having two decent weapons. That's it. Yeah, it's all right. That's literally the good response. Now, now, another vanilla ship that got to grow up, going into the not E tier, D minus tier, NGB. Yeah, like imagine heavy ion actually being able to deal with 3 shields. Wouldn't that make it so much better? Just imagine that. And here we have it. It can actually deal with 2 shields now, so it's not that bad against the Sector 1 Exit Elite. Yes, like we're not gonna pretend heavy iron's a crazy broken weapon, but like compared to vanilla, this is S tier compared to vanilla. Giving it one more iron damage is crazy good. And you can also toggle the battle drone now, so you can actually crew kill, which is nice for scrap. And drone booster is not completely useless anymore compared to vanilla. So, like, I think vanilla NGB definitely got some of the biggest indirect buffs coming into multiverse. But overall, it's also kind of another ship that exists. But it's just more fun to use when you think about how bad it was in vanilla. So like, I personally find this more fun. That's all. Yeah, it's not vanilla NGB. That's the point. hmm Everything is better. Exactly. Maintenance drones move so quick, repair so much faster now. It's nice. It's really nice to have maintenance drones in multiverse. Um, and I'm thinking like, in multiverse, when I get a maintenance drone, I'm not mad honestly. Like at most, the most I'll be mad about is that I get a low selling price, but they're nice to have. They stop spirals, which can be useful for some ships. So yeah, it's just NGB got a lot of things that are nicer now. Nothing that's particularly insane, but good enough for D minus, honestly. Definitely not 1 of 5. I agree. Instead, Castro C went down. Ah, rip. Okay. Next. Um. Oh gosh, we have to check my. Oh no, never mind. No, nothing to check here. Both vanilla NGA and multiverse NGA are going here. I'm just gonna put vanilla NGB here just to separate them. But I don't think there's much of a difference. I think multiverse NGA is a bit better because here actually this got an indirect nerf because now the charge time for this is 5 seconds instead of 4. The main, I guess, buff and nerf is that you can pair Iron 2 with another weapon easier, but at the same time, you don't have that third power bar. So it's very much give and take. Whereas if you look at Multiverse NGA, it the Iron Charge 2, it just has more flexibility overall. So I prefer Multiverse NGA. VNGA, one less power. Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure why vanilla NGA had so much power. It's kind of like it's literally kind of like Spiritus A. You just have extra power for no reason. At the most you can use at any time is I guess you can put one into Med Bay, but really you're gonna sell Medbots at the first store anyway. So yeah, the main thing is MV NGA has a better weapon, and considerably so. I would say. I would argue that having Iron Charger not only bumping your weapon power up by 1, but also giving you that increased flexibility and faster cooldown is a lot better than Iron 2. So yeah. Oh hey, I would sell Medbots. I would sell it. Because getting up that second shield actually helps a lot on the ship. Yeah, that's the thing. So vanilla NGA is one of the few ships that got nerfed coming into multiverse because the weapon power went down and the cooldown was increased by 1 second because multiverse didn't have that in between. So it's a bit awkward. But yeah, yet again, more ships that I do not have much to comment about. Aside from the fact that Ion and Jones is fine, it's just you don't really have a reliable way of dealing system damage, but you can disable things, so not too bad. At any rate, Vanilla NGA disable things better than Misha B. So good for it, you know. Oh, okay. No, I get what you mean. That's why it took so much power. Right, fair enough. I see what you mean. Okay, no, we're not. Wrong ship. Very wrong ship. What is next on the list? Uh, ooh, ooh. I hate to put the ship so low because it's so fun, but it's really not that good, unfortunately. Cultivator C, aka scrap machine, but you're also very vulnerable early on. This is the scrap ship, even better than um Mr. ATM. 5 scrap every jump. Oh, that is so nice. It's so nice to play with because I think I could actually afford 2 crab buckets on the ship, but the early game is still a bit questionable. Your weapons are weak, so your early scrap is kind of funneled into fixing your. You need shields, you need weapons, you need something better than this to disable weapons. Glacier is fine. The only reason this isn't low is the constructor actually preventing spirals, because fires are really bad on the ship. In the sense that your vents are fine, but in terms of fixing things, your crew already have 25% less health. So that means they're even more vulnerable to fires and boarding. Additionally, you can't support any non-Vampire Shell Ghost crew because this augment is locked. So your crew will keep any non-Shell Orchid Ranius Ghost crew, they'll just die eventually. Yes. Like, yeah, I think that's a good point. Like, if you wanna about Medbay versus Kurumbe, Medbay is definitely better when you're doing anti-boarding. Kurumbe is better in general. But if I know I'm gonna face like the MFK flagship in true ending, I would 100% swap Medbay. Because unless I wouldn't call level 4 Kurumbe fair. So let's not talk about level 4 Kurumbe, but if we just had normal system levels like level 3, I would always prefer level 3 Medbay. Because if your crew goes down in MFK flagship, they're as good as dead. You're getting boarded by 6, 7, 8 MFKs. By the time your clone B comes back, by the time your clone B clones one crew, you've lost an entire system because they've got bonus sabotage. So I would much prefer having the med bots keep my crew alive in that situation. So it's good for boss fights. That's what I would say. But I think this comes back to the question of, is it worth it to swap? I don't think so. 50 scrap can be spent better elsewhere. That's what I always say. It is always worthwhile considering swapping medical systems for the late game when you need a particular medical system for a particular boss, and the rest of your ship is fine. It's just that having extra anti-boarding or extra clone safety can be better. Then you swap. That's when I would swap. Yeah, yeah. I think Redman summarizes it pretty well. Okay, yeah. This ship the bonus scrap is nice, but you're also using it to fix the holes you have. It's kind of similar to like Swarm Cruiser, which we'll talk about later on, where having three scrap arms is nice, but you're fixing the deficit your ship started with. It's only really nice if you had the bonus scrap and your ship does not have a deficit to start off with. Then you compound really quickly, and that's the case for something like Retail A. This is not a bad start at all, and you have 100 scrap sellables. That's when it's good. Not when you have a deficit like Cultivator C that you need to fix. So yeah, unfortunately, it's lower than I would like it to be, but I can't let bias get in the way of things. Quad airlock at back, that is true. I do not know why this exists, but it's kind of funny. It's actually hilarious how fast you can vent drones. Anyways, next up. Oh yes, everyone's favorite ship in Multiverse. I mean, the masses love this. I do not hear any hate about the ship at all going into the MB Discord server. Everybody sings praises about the ship. Oh, they love it, even though it's D minus tier, even though it's got an inconsistent offense, even though you can't even deal system damage reliably. The masses love it. Just fact check me and you'll know that I'm wrong, because everyone hates the ship for some reason. Uh, it's not even that bad. I keep saying this. You can. There are ships that are not great in terms of disabling systems, but you can kind of just brute force your way through enemies. Yes, because you can't disable systems reliably, you will take a lot of hull damage in the meantime. But you can end the fights. That's a good thing. Some ships can't even end fights if they get hit in a bad place. At the very least, if you get hit with a heavy laser into drones, you can still run one drone. And you have a nice amount of sallables that, despite the weak weapon system, if you find a good weapon, you could reasonably pivot to it. Which is nice. You can't say that about some of the weaker ships. Yes, definitely. I think definitely, like, it's not even close. This is definitely the worst page 1 ship after MV Fat got a glow up. But yeah, I think part of you're right. It's probably that's probably why it's so hated. But it's really not that bad. Trust me when I say this. You can brute force your way through enemies. Next up. Oh, oh, oh! Fairy Day's gonna hate me for this. Oh, he is gonna hate me for this one. If you check back to the post that when I announced this stream, there's a single comment that talks about quad boarding outcasts. That was him. And I'm sorry, but having no weapons is not good. it's really not. Dude, at the very least, what you can do on the ship, you can do the whole, you can kite enemies by putting two, boarding in the shields, leaving two guys in there, moving the other two guys to weapons or drones to knock, to deal system damage. So it's not as bad as Coalition C where you outright can't do system damage, outside of upgrading. But still, having no weapons is just a bad start in general. Not much weapon power, nothing else to say. Like, I think this used to be even worse, but they did give this 3 weapon slots. This used to have 2 weapon slots, and it was kind of bad, but it's a lot better now. So, yeah, not much else to say. You can brute force again, just like MVNG. You can brute force fights to end them, but I want system disruption. That's what makes a ship good. That aside, next one, Gathering A, another very broke ship. Just poor all around. If you look at the systems, you may be forgiven for thinking it was Castro A, vanilla Castro A. In fact, wait. Look at these systems. Tell me it's not the same thing as vanilla Castro C, barring one more engine and one more and clone bay instead of matte bay. You have oh wait, this thing has sensors. Oh, that's cool to know. But yeah, I think you get what I mean. Same issue. Why are your systems so poor? Why? I don't get it. Yeah, 6,000 teleport is the most troll thing they could have done on outcast ships. I love it. Okay, so once again, chain heavy is useless because you need to be shooting your charge kernel at offense first. It helps you save missiles, but missiles moderately an issue. Definitely not as much as Categor B, but it's enough. It's low enough to be somewhat of a concern, right? By the time if you stock up 15, then you're fine. But before that, if you do some bad rolls, it can get a bit scary. Not gonna lie. Again, this is only up here because Kernel Greenhouse is so overpowered. Otherwise, it would not be this high. Because it's really poor otherwise. Your vents are not that great, your crew is okay. That's it. That's it. Another ship that exists. Next. Slug B. Vanilla Slug B, sorry, not Multiverse Slug B. Multiverse Slug B is really good. Vanilla Slug B. It's about time we talk about this thing. Another ship that I think definitely got a pretty big glow up in Multiverse. It's not as big as Vanilla NGB because Vanilla Slug C, it was never truly horrible in Vanilla. It was just not that fun compared to other ships. And I agree with that. But at the same time, it wasn't horrible. It's definitely gotten better in Multiverse. But It's not that bad. Yeah, so I've heard Kix hates it, but it's not that bad. Come on. Artemis with Teleporter is never going to be a bad combo. This is the exact same thing I glazed on Limit 2. So, yeah, but of course here your offense is significantly better than Limit 2, potential-wise. So, yeah. And you have a lot of missiles as well, so you're fine. And the fact that you can sell slug repair gel is makes it even nicer. You know, kind of gives this too high because you can burn through missiles quite heavily. Since unlike um Guild C, you can't stun enemies to save med bombs. You have to use med bombs if you're boarding. So honestly, maybe this should be a bit lower, but I think it's still, I think D minus is fair, but maybe I should have put it like down. Yeah, you know, I'm putting it down here. I kind of feel like I prefer vanilla Fat B over vanilla Slug B, but again, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, the ranking within each tier is not that important. So if you told me you want to put Outcast B here, that's cool. If you told me you want to put um vanilla Fat B up here, that's cool as well. I only really take issue if you want to move something like Tuku C up here, then we have a disagreement. Other than that, it's fine. I just think vanilla Stealth B's okay, just because of Artemis boarding. Alright, next. Oh, speaking of Guild C, that's literally the next ship that we're gonna talk about. Guild C. It's okay. That's it. It's just okay. I don't know what else to say about it. I think this used to be a lot worse before Partisan got a system damage added to it. But ever since then, it's low-key not that bad. Because you can actually damage systems without using your crew. So this is important against the Exit Elite because now you can actually damage systems, which is nice. Before and you couldn't, so you just had to slowly kill them while all their weapons were just shooting at you. And it was horrible. So glad those days are over. I'm glad Partisan got a system damage now. Yeah, it's not okay. It's not great, that's for sure. But having one system damage is a whole lot better than having none. I know 14 seconds for one system damage is not good. It's just a lot better than nothing. Yes. Yo, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, time for a rewind. But yeah, you can see the tier list. This is the ships we've talked about so far. Uh, but yeah, I do think this is better than Vanilla Stealth B for sure because you can save missiles by stunning enemy crew. Additionally, in a dangerous fight, these guys, the clansmen, are better because of their ability. You can spend a missile to heal them out later. If you're facing dangerous enemies, blow all of their bombs. Just instantly wipe the room, get it out of the way, get the fight done. So that's an option, which I like. The only problem, you can't sell slug repair gels, so that's a little less nice. But overall, it's not that bad. I just wish, you had a bit more system damage, because Partisan's not going to be enough as you go into Sector 2, which is why the ship is a bit down here. Okay, second last ship in D minus tier. It's this one. It's the weird slug ship, the reproduction one. Okay, let's talk about this. Pleasure Barge. I know some people thought it would be not that great, considering that it does not have any weapons, but it's, first of all, the pleasure pods are pretty good in the sense that at Sector 1, you can immediately have a 4-man boarding party. Another thing that's underrated is that you can afford to throw away crew. That's one thing we don't talk about a lot because you don't want to be throwing away crew or getting them killed if you can help it, but you can afford to do it on the ship. Like, if I bought Teleporter on Shell A, but I let my shells die, that's horrible because I can't replace them. I can on this ship. That means if there is a dangerous fight, I can afford to throw my slugs at the ship, just keep them busy, keep them time, let me stay alive, let me get out. That's something that helps the ship out in its position a bit on this tier list. Because I can just immediately get my crew back. Not immediately, but it's relatively inexpensive compared to losing your core boarding crew on another ship. This is more prevalent in cases like against auto ships, where normally if you have a low level teleporter, or if the boarding ship has like, if the auto ship is very dangerous, you know, the auto hacker for example, and it has E-grid, you normally would not board at all. You would lose your crew and that's not worth it. But I can do it on this ship, maybe get one system damage in, turn off drones, and suddenly I'm a whole lot safer. Because imagine an auto hacker that wrote a combat 2 drone, but because I can throw my crew at that ship, I can turn off that combat 2 drone, and suddenly that ship has just turned from run ending into another inconvenience. In the sense that it inconvenienced my 2 slugs to die for the cause, but I can afford to throw it at them. If I did that on slug on shell A, I might just not have my boarding crew for the... No, I just straight up would not have a new boarding crew until I found better shelves. So yeah, that's just one thing I would like to get out of the way with the ship. It's a bit underrated, it's a bit niche, but it exists. And it can be helpful against the very dangerous fights. That aside, it is kind of mediocre overall. No weapons, weak weapon system. Butter kind of exists there. But yeah. So it's not too bad. Let's see. Wait, can you guys still hear me? Because YouTube just hit me with an error. Wait, you can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, YouTube just said there was something about viewers will experience buffering. Okay, go. Alright, never mind. Error's gone, so that's fine. Okay, moving on. Last ship in D- tier. It is going to be... It's a vanilla ship. Let's get Zoltan C out of the way. It's been here long enough. Alright. Infamously, I think people used to hate the ship in vanilla, but it was not that bad if I recall correctly. Don't get me wrong, it's not good. I don't think it was horrible though. Because it actually deals with Sector 1 pretty decently compared to some other ships that are worse than it. Definitely the issue arises against 2 shield ships is when this really starts to struggle. Like, if you do not upgrade your offense, you do have issues against the Sector 1 exit elite. But yes, another thing, you can toggle to combat drone now, so that's kind of nice. I would agree with that assessment. Bottom half, not bottom 5. Anyone who put it bottom 5, wasn't it that one guy who made that guide put it bottom as the worship in the game? I think that this was someone's worship in the game. It was by that... I forgot the name of that guy who wrote the guide, but anyways. Yeah, I think this has gotten better from vanilla by a bit. Not as much as vanilla NGB, not as much as vanilla Slug B, but definitely a bit better. Yeah, and that's about all I have to say about the ship, because it does start to struggle against 2 shields. Not good. Alright, that's it for D- tier. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Then we'll finish off the D tier and D plus, and maybe I'll do C-. We'll see how time goes. So yeah, let me just read this message back in 3 minutes. Alright, cool. So yeah, I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Those beeps. Yeah, there's a weird beep sound every time I click the caps lock key. I'm trying to figure out how to fix that, but yeah, it's gonna be a thing that exists. Don't worry, I won't click it again. It's just weird. Let's see. Yes, for boarding, I would prefer Clone Bay, but honestly, I wouldn't switch unless my crew was the win condition. I used to say a lot last time, like um on what was it? Yeah, on Dynasty A, when non-cop was still crazy broken. If I bought Teleporter, had a 3-man Phantom crew, I would transition to Clone Bay because my crew is the win condition. If they're not the win condition, I wouldn't bother. Like, I would rather use that 50 scrap to buffering my weapons to be better, so that even if I do misplay and lose the crew, I can still make things work. It's like, if it's the point where if I lose my crew, I just lose the run, I think that's when Clone Bay is justified. That's my 2 cents on it. It is January. Dude, it's hot. It's very hot for me. I don't know why. It's just, ah, seasons, whatnot. Uh, I think the internal upgrade will be a bit too similar to Clone Bay. Yeah. Okay, moving on, D tier. First ship in the D tier is going to be MV Rebel B, the flagship. The proper flagship, not vanilla Fed C or whatever that is. The actual flagship. The one that actually has a flag weapon and a flag drone. So, um, about the ship, it's got a weak weapon system, which is already not a great start. The, it's one of those you can brute force the offense, and I do find this better than MVNG, for example. MVNG also has 1 power of weapons and 4 power in drones. Though my main concern is that Flag 1, while it can damage systems, it also has a short radius. So a bit more consistent, a bit more inconsistent at the same time. And you don't have drone arms, so you can't throw out the combat drone every single fight. I know on MVNG you have to throw it out every single fight to get things done, which is why it has a drone arm. But if you had a drone arm on the ship where you could use the flag, sorry, the amp flag drone every single fight, I think this would be a lot better. Not necessarily B, A tier, maybe C tier. It's just having the guaranteed power to guarantee additional power to pummel through shields. That would also mean, as a knockoff effect, you can afford to sell drone parts to Sylvan, and that would help solve your weapons issue. So I don't think this ship is that bad. I just feel like I could use a little bit of love in the form of a drone arm. Yeah, another ship that just exists. So with that said, let's move on. Next up, actually, I just realized the D tier is very small. It's because like I found there were not many ships that fit between the D minus and the D plus type of ships. You see what I mean? There's only 6 ships in here. So next up, oh wait, let's see. Oh yeah, for the first time in forever, Engineer C is the worst engineer ship. Yeah, yeah, like A and B got buffed such that now I think C is the worst engineer ship. Kinda crazy considering this has a burst laser too. But that's it. The problem is having 2 weapon slots. That is the big issue. I think there were talks about giving this a 3rd weapon slot, and I would strongly agree with that. That would be very helpful. Having 2 weapon slots is very restricting on a ship that does not have any other form of offense really. Because to do drones, first of all, you need to be able to afford the drone parts. You need to find the combat drone. you need drone arm. To do boarding, you're not going to board with a single technician. And you have a crew limit. Like, your offensive options are really limited beyond having an amazing Sector 1. That's what I would say. Your Sector 1 and Sector 2 are pretty good because your 2 weapon slot, when one of them is a burst 2, is fantastic. But as soon as other ships can start playing with 3, 4 weapon slots while you're stuck with 2, that's when this thing has a very awkward time transitioning. Not even like Shell A has a solid branch into Teleporter. You're kind of stuck either with combat drones or more expensive weapons, both of which are a very expensive investment. Yes, tech drone boarding is okay. That's why we have a whole technician ship based around that. But there's a difference when you have 3 of these versus when you have 1 of these. Plus, you have to buy teleporter. You don't even come with teleporter for free. So yeah, the main issue with the ship is expanding its offense for sectors 2 to 4 and beyond. That's what I would describe the issue with the ship as. So yeah, give this ship a 3rd weapon slot, I think we'll be very well set. It'll be pretty balanced then. Next up, we have Lost Sun C. Let's see. It's okay. It's okay. That's what I would say about the ship. That's it. Um, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I forget this ship exists. This is this is for me. It's been a very forgettable ship. But when Type A and Type B are just Lost Sun boarding, board into weapons, trigger double, 5 bombs, win. This one is just, I don't know. Maybe because I hate Assault Drone, but okay. So you can crew kill. Technically, you can. But that requires the ship to be safe. So you can't crew kill unless it's a safe ship. But that's nice that at least you can crew kill an enemy that is not dangerous. On the other hand, you could also sell your drone parts for actual weapons and sell one of these drones because having these 2 drones with just a single fire ion is not that great. So you have a bit of options here in the sense that you could use the particle drone to not particle drone. You turn the assault drone into pierce mode. You knock down 1 shield layer that isn't first shield because otherwise it will pierce right through. You knock that down. Then you use your weapons to knock another shield layer down, and then you use the Hellraiser to do a lot of power damage. So there are these combos and offensive options that you have. It's just that by itself, the start is quite mediocre. So I can't really see this being that high, especially because if you don't hit the shot with fire ion, if this misses, then this is useless. You have to wait for this. You have to turn this into a pierce mode, and then everything just becomes a lot slower. So slow-ish offense that you can't reliably damage enemy systems with, but you can kind of brute force. And unlike MV Level B and MVNG, your weapons is not weak. So you don't have to put more scrap into fixing them. So that's nice. That's why I have it above those 2. But otherwise, not that much higher. Next is Union C. Let's see. There we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot to drag in, what was I just talking about? Lost Sun C. There we go. Okay, but moving on to Union C. The main issue is that everything takes so long, especially since they nerfed Conservative Laser from 16 seconds to 18 seconds. It loses to even more things. Right now, I'm 100% sure it loses to every single enemy weapon you can see in Sector 1. And that's not good. That means, because both Iron Bomb and Conservative Laser take 18 seconds to charge, every enemy you face will shoot at you before you get to shoot at them. So, just putting it that way, I think highlights that it's not good, but if you don't get hit with heavy laser into weapons, the Iron Bomb will shut anything offline. Iron Bomb is almost the savior of the ship. Like, these two are good weapons by themselves, but Iron Bomb and Stun Bomb are sleeper good picks. Not to buy, but to start with, because they just dunk on the system completely. Enemy, like in Sector 2, I think the highest weapon system and a renegade can have is like 6 power. So Iron Bomb is one of the few things that instantly shuts off more than half of that. So Iron Bomb is kind of the savior of the ship, whereby the Sector 1 is kind of ugly because every enemy ship outpaces you. But in terms of safety against Sector 2 renegades, the ship is one of the better ones. You've got Mind Control to defend boarding, you've got Iron Bomb, fantastic. And then meantime, if you're not using Iron Bomb, you can combine another laser weapon with your heavy laser and conservative laser to have a very solid offense. So I think you see this theme for another ship that's coming up, whereby the Sector 1 is a bit ugly, can be a bit ugly, but it scales pretty well otherwise. Let's see, is it the next ship? Oh no, it's not the next ship. The next ship is MV's Rock A. Here we go. So let's see. Yes, this one, I personally feel it's a bit better than vanilla Rock A, because you do have a non-ballistic option for a safe fight, and that kind of helps quite a lot. Chain anti-hull is not what I would want, but it's fine. It's 2 power 2 shot. Sorry, it's a 1 power 2 shot laser, so it's good enough for me to qualify this as being better than vanilla Rock A that burns missiles every single fight. The unfortunate thing is you do not have the option of selling rock plating, but I would think I would take that trade. You do still have the Hermes for any safety purposes, any dangerous fight, you can chuck it in. It'll just knock off 3 system damage immediately. That's great. Uh, but yeah, just having this means you're a bit more flexible, especially considering if you get a 2 power laser from the um, guard, the Sector 1 Exit Elite, you can pair it very well with this and keep the Hermes on standby for emergencies. And that's what I like. If you can use non-ballistic weapons as your primaries and hold a Hermes as your emergency weapon, it's really nice. That's what I like. But beyond that, it's also kind of a nothing burger ship, apart from having better weapons than Vanilla Rock A, so it will stay here for now. Yeah, it is kind of similar to Vanilla Castro A, literally. It's just that one has the roles switched. The laser is 2 power, the missile is 1 power. Also, the ones on this ship are slower. That's why Vanilla Castro A is a lot higher. And also, Burst 2 is a lot nicer to combo with than it is to combo with Chain Anti-Hull. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good comparison actually. I haven't thought about that. Okay, next one. I think that's the final ship for D tier. So it's going to be Spider Hunter C, the worst Spider Hunter ship. Alright. It's page 4, yeah. Alright. Okay. I think this is a very similar argument to Separatist B. It's like, what do we even do with the ship? Nothing much. That's the answer. But you do have 4 weapon power, so that does mean you can bring in better weapons. Like if you find a Burst Laser 1, great. Bench the torch and use Burst Laser 1 with Energy Charger. That's a pretty decent combo. And Energy Charger also got buffed, so I think that's even more reason for why this is an okay ship, because you can actually disable systems within 10 seconds. You have this to do boarding with, I guess. Kind of slow, but like everything about this ship is a slow burn, and that's the main problem. You have decent systems, decent crew, fantastic repair power actually, but your offense is so slow that's the same reason why Ossman B ended up low. You need to be able to get to systems, disable systems quickly, or kill them so fast that it doesn't matter that you have a slow offense. And unfortunately, the ship does not have either of that, so it stays down here. So, yeah, I know, I chose that word exactly. I knew what I was doing. Slow burn, because we have a torch. Thoughts on where Big Senior will be? Um, Big Senior is the no. Okay, for context, I've actually made the tier list already. I'm just referring to images to pull these up as I go. I'm not dragging ships as I on because on the base on the mood of the day because I've already made this and thought about it a couple of times. So it's it's gonna be as unbiased as possible. Big Senior is the Reach A, right? Retail A, I mean. Let me check. I can tell you right now. It's A tier, so we won't be talking about it until day 3. But yeah, let's get back onto D plus tier because I was actually done with D tier. Like I said, it's a very small tier because I don't have many ships that range around this level of mediocrity. I feel like these are distinctly better than the ships in D minus, but they are also distinctly worse than the ships in D plus. Which is why this time, I know last time I only had C tier, B tier instead of B minus, B plus, C minus. But having this, I feel like it's nicer to set a better distinction because I believe that Spider Hunter C all the way to Envy level B are distinctly better than Vanilla Zoltan C, and I do not want to put them in the same tier. But yes, moving on to D plus tier. Oh, what do we have? Ah, yes. Oh wait, by the way, no. I mean literally A tier. Not A plus, not A minus, is literally in A tier. So I should have clarified that. Yeah. Let me just okay, I just got a joke as I was explaining it, but fine. Anyways, D plus. You know that curse of ships where like no weapon slots for some reason, or literally doesn't start with the weapons? Welcome to the club, Mayep. Insane borders, but held back by the fact it does not have a weapon system. It's tragic, absolutely tragic. Where is Mayep's cruiser? Wait, what? Oh, it's here. Okay, found it. All right. Yeah, just another case of being broke, I guess. Work the teacher. Ah, nah. Oh, no, we're not at that point. I still like this. Yeah, I literally have nothing else to say about Mayep's cruiser. Fantastic borders. Even if one of them gets mind controlled, you can still use the other one and disable systems, which is a fantastic shield. But you do not have weapons. So the moment any fight comes along that does not have trouble with these two borders, you are kind of cooked because you don't have any ways to defend yourself. And it's not that bad. Like that does not happen often, but you gotta remember that there are ships that do this, but better because they are richer, or they have other ways for compensating for not having such insane borders. And coming right up is actually Mayep's friend, Ivar. Same thing. I know this one has a weapon system, but it doesn't have a weapon either way. So like, what's the point? I know the point is that yes, you can use one power weapons sooner. You don't need to use a store, but it's still bad because the boarding itself is definitely weaker than Mayep's because it does not have the funny shells to completely destroy systems. In this case, your borders are, I would say, they're decently strong. When you combine them all together, they actually can chew through quite a lot. And that's why this is better than Outcast B, because not only are the borders just as strong in terms of getting rid of enemies, But you start with the actual weapon system. You have 4 weapon slots, you have a shield buffer, you have a bunch of things that just make the ship nicer, but not nice enough to be that high. Ivar as a crew is okay. It's just like, no, he's good. Don't get me wrong. He's good for boarding, but it's not enough to justify having no weapons. There are plenty of other boarding ships that are almost as strong in boarding, but can significantly compensate by having better weapons, better systems, you name it. Yeah, he is good, not that good. Does not justify not having any weapons. Next, let's keep going with the streak of no weapons because Swarm Cruiser is up next. I think I used to rate the ship quite highly because of the 3 scrap arms, and then I realized, what good is 3 scrap arms if you're just funneling all that scrap into fixing the deficit that other ships do not have? Like, 30% extra scrap at all times. It sounds nice. It is fun. I will give you that. If you can get past early game without selling any of the scrap arms, hey, it's fun. You probably can get like 2 crab buckets with this. But before that point, low reactor. Literally, like, you have a single subsystem which is your piloting. Not many ships are this poor. No sensors, no doors, no backup battery. And I know those are not that important, but just pointing out, this ship is very poor. You've got 6 systems to start with. When if I go to Bishop C, do you know how many systems Bishop C starts with? 11. There are ships out here starting with 11 systems. Swarm Cruiser has 6 dysfunctional systems. Weak weapon system, 3 weapon slot, no weapons, low reactor power. The extra scrap you're gaining from here, you are just fixing the deficit that other ships do not have. I will say, double welder boarding is pretty good. And that's the only reason this is high. Because you can kind of brute force a lot of fights just by going into a room, popping one of the abilities and sucking all the air out of it. So you have an immediate advantage. You can repair, you can defend against drones, like the anti-personnel drones, I mean. You chew through NG quite literally, absolutely destroying them. But that's it. Also, can we talk about these doors? Like, okay, just to show you what I mean. What do you mean I have to walk my guys all the way around here? Why did we not just put a door on shields? I don't get it. Like, and to come back here, we have to walk all the way around. So, I do not know, man. But yeah, that's Swarm Cruiser. Linus was scammed by Silks into selling half their ship for scrap arms. I think that is something Linus would do. It's kind of funny how low accurate it is. Alright, next up. And oh, this next ship, it could be higher. I will say that. I debated about putting this in the C minus C plus tier, but I've left it in here for now. I think this D plus, right? Yeah, D plus. It could be higher. This is going to be Rebel B. Honestly, it's not really that bad. Like, while most artillery have the issue of being slow, this has the reverse issue. It's actually kind of fast. The main issue is you can't actually aim where it goes. It's fast enough that it's actually faster than heavy iron, which is kind of crazy. If you jam all 3 power into this, it charges in, I believe, 13.5 seconds, which is honestly good considering it's a 2 damage artillery. Yes, it doesn't pierce shields, but it doesn't matter in sector 1 and 2 when you've got these things to disable shields for your beam to actually strike through. Yeah, that's why I personally feel like this is actually kind of decent. Like, 3 weapon power. If you get a better weapon than heavy iron, feel free to slot it in. Beam artillery kind of helps you end fights. Unlike, like, Rebel Ace artillery does not pack enough of a punch if you knock down shields correctly, this deals 4 to 6 hull damage every single time. It actually helps, which is not what you can say for a lot of artilleries out there. Um, I know you don't really have consistent system damage, and that's one of the reasons why I kept it down here. But it's not that bad, really. Like, I'm also really tempted to put this in the C minus tier. So we will see how that goes as I put more ships up, as I yap more about it. Maybe my mind will change. For now, I think this is one of the best D plus tier ships we have, just because you can overwhelm enemies with this. Like, by the time this artillery fires, it's faster than some other weapons. Like, I don't know, maybe MV Fat A is a bit slower than this. Just putting it out there, just a bit more Fat A slender. But yeah, I think aimable artillery would be kind of nice on the ship for sure. Plus, if you do aimable artillery, you are paying 4 power for a 4th weapon slot. A 13.5 second halberd that does not take a weapon slot. So the artillery slot here is not bad. It's not like Fat A where it's just like, why do I even have this system? I do not mind having a level beam artillery. It's decent. So yeah. Next up, Fat B. This is one of those that you can kind of just brute force enemies, and I was also tempted to put this higher because the hull damage from this ship is insane. Let's just get that clear. If I can find it, that is. There we go. So, okay, hang on. Wait, let me get this back up. The artillery is not bad. Like, I wouldn't be rushing to upgrade this, but it's fine. Combined with reloader, it's actually in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, and your hull damage is kind of insane. Like, within 18 seconds, you fire this Osiris twice. That's 442. In 18 seconds, you can deal 10 hull damage, which can force surrenders. So, and even faster than 18 seconds actually, because reloader. So it's more like 15 seconds when you take into account manning, reloader, and all that. Like, yeah. Of course, the main problem is you do not have any system damage, reliable system damage. And that's kind of a big issue for sure. So at any dangerous fight, you have to use Osiris, and that's a bit of an issue when you only have 11 missiles. But if you want to make this ship good, because we kind of want to see a good Federation ship for once, buff the missiles. Give it 20 ammo or something like that. It would be fantastic. Because then you've got a huge safety net for using Osiris. You don't feel as bad for using Osiris on a drone ship because you have the stockpile. You can save it for dangerous Sector 2 fights. Right? That's how I would recommend buffing this. If we want to have one decent fed ship. Yeah. Next up, we have... Ooh, Theocracy B. Let's see. Theocracy B. Oh, this is the double Momus. I think it got reworked like twice before landing in its current state. It is not bad. It's kind of similar to Union C. It's actually very similar to Union C. Like, your Sector 1 is going to be miserable. Like, there's nothing else to say about it. 17-second cooldown is horrendous for Sector 1. The last time we had a ship with only 17-second cooldown weapons was Morph C. Guess where that ended up? But Momus, dual Momus with recycle module is insane scaling. And that's the only reason this is up here, because if you survive Sector 1, if you get your 2 shields up, you are pretty much set. And unlike Morph C, you actually have 1 damage buffer. If you take 1 damage into weapons, you can still fire 1 Momus. So that's a lot different from Fat A, old Morph C, that if you took 1 system damage, you just lose. That means even 2 defense lasers will end your run. Whereas here, yes, it's vulnerable to heavy lasers, and that is the reason why it's not higher, but the scaling is insane. So there's that. You can stockpile missiles while just using double Momus. Like, sword limit of 6 is insane on Momus, by the way. That means each of these can deal up to 12 hull damage. So that means 24 hull damage. Like, there is no standard enemy that has more than 24 hull. You could literally just use this going into Sector 6, Sector 7. Of course, you need like hacking, cloaking to help stall enemies with more dangerous offenses, but double Momus is that insane. You can just use it all the way until Sector 6, Sector 7, maybe even early Sector 8. It's not for the flagship. You need more than that for the flagship. Yes, we will not miss old Morph C. Here's 2. Horrible, horrible. It's a sprite downgrade. Like, I kind of like the new sprite, honestly. I think the old one was a bit more iconic, but I like this one. It's just it's more savvy, I guess. Almost okay. Alright. Speaking of ships that scale well, this is the ship I was alluding to earlier when talking about um Union C. It's Auto C. Yet another ship that suffers in Sector 1 because heavy laser to weapons is very bad. It's weirdly low on power as well, very similar to Cultivator A, but this carries it. Power 4 shot, 14-second rat for them. That's an insane ratio for Sector 2. Just survive Sector 1, get your 2 shields, get maybe another supporting weapon to go along with all of this, then you're fine. Like, this is one of the best equipped low tier ships to deal with Sector 2 renegades. That's how I would put it. Of course, it's a bit of an issue if you get shot by a heavy laser in weapons, and then you lose a ton of hull, and you have to fix your hull. Then you're not so good, and that's why the ship is a bit lower. But if you're fine, it's one of the best ships for going into Sector 2 and Sector 3 with. So there is that. Auto manning, yes, underrated as well. It's not amazing, but it's just nice to have in general. You always have shields manned. You always have anything manned. You can send your slug, go repair, that's fine, you have manning at least. So, yes. That is true, you do not lose repair progress. That is very underrated. You kinda need it with a crew size cap. Valid. But yeah. I had a secret soft spot for the ship. I think I put this very high until the meta shifted. Because in 5.3 I put this in like A tier, I think. And then after that, since Sector 1 and Sector 2 are a bigger focus now, I had to yank it down quite a lot. But in the last tier list, I put this in E tier, which I think was too harsh. So I'm putting it up to D tier now, because it is definitely one of the best ships for dealing with Sector 2, Sector 3 renegades. It's not Auto B, yeah. I don't know. I prefer playing Auto C than Auto B, even though I know Auto B is better than Auto C. That's just me. Okay. Wait, have I dragged up Auto C? No, I have not. Okay, let's fix that. All right. Auto C. Okay, 4 more ships in deep class, and I think after that we're gonna call it a day. It's been a long stream. I'll catch up with a C and B tier next time. So the last 4 ships we're gonna rank for today. Deep class. Mantis B. MV Mantis B. So the thing about this is that I actually recommended for this to be changed in the way it was, to lose the recycle bomb and give it a normal bomb. I'm aware that would make the ship worse, but it makes it feel a bit more distinct compared to something like Technician B. Because if this still had recycle bomb, um, then it's how different is it compared to this, which is also just recycle bomb spam, but better because it's got hacking and mind control. So, wrong one. Ultimately, I know my suggestion made the ship worse, and I was aware about that, but it makes it more distinct. Now, the thing is, we can't exactly give it. Um, I don't know whether giving it explosive replicator would be a bad idea because you do still need to find the missiles, but if you do find the missile weapons, then oh boy, you are set. Though one thing I would say, this ship heavily incentivizes a teleporter purchase because you have a 4-tile teleporter. You've got pretty decent borders by standards, not like it's no elite crew, but Mantis are Mantis, they get the job done. And bombs are fantastic boarding support. Sell fire bombs, sell, I don't know, maybe one of the other bombs. Help get your teleporter up, save your missiles, and you should be fine. The main problem is that if your store comes a little bit later, your missile situation can be a bit sketchy. That's what I would say. But then again, bombs are one of the best system disablers, so you are kind of safe, so long as you can solve the ammo issue. Yes, small bombs kind of goated. So 11 seconds. 11 second 2 system damage. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, one sec. Let's see. The third last ship in D+ tier. Actually, we're gonna do the second and third last ship at the same time because it's on the exact same slot. Castro C, Castro A. Both of these end up in the D+ tier. So let's get that out of the way. Alright, no, Castro A is definitely better than Castro C, but not enough for me to put them in different tiers. My balance change wish for this ship is to remove the power cost from the surge controller. If I'm taking hull damage, why do I need to lose reactor as well? I think that will also make it more distinct from the other ships other than just having a strictly worse surge. Because you on type A, the drone surge also kind of deletes anything as long as you can keep the shields down. So the only reason Castro C is this high is because you can kind of sell the things and make it work. But 2 weapon slot does make it rough. At the same time, like, you have 2 efficient weapons, but you have weak weapons, so everything's like contradicting each other, whereby you have things that can compensate for it being bad, but at the same time there are other things that keep it being bad. So nothing too outstanding about the ship. You're gonna sell the surge, you're gonna play it like a normal gunship, and you're gonna play it like a below average gunship because while you can have all systems, you can't have more than 2 weapons. So yeah, so now talking about Castro A, very bland. Yeah, it's not much different, but it's also just bland. Like while you're waiting for the surge to fire up, we've come back to flag 1 as your only way for disabling systems. We already talked about how that's not ideal when we see examples like Cultivator A and what's the other one? Guild B, right? Become the INS merchant. If you can kill the coalition cruiser, that is. Yeah, good luck killing the coalition cruiser, dude. When your offense is just kind of meh, and they can also cloak your surge. I think you probably can. I'm just over exaggerating it, because they always have level 3 cloak. That means you just subtract 15 seconds, and as long as the surge fires anywhere between 15 to to 25 seconds, you can get that. 15 to 30 actually. Oh yeah, yeah. I meant this as well. Like, you probably can get it done. Probably. But oh, you probably sold the search by that point. So you need to kill Coalition Cruiser with 2 weapon slots. Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, that search can't miss. True, but you need to keep shields down. But if I go 2 iron to keep shields down, that means I'm using a search that damages myself. So I'm having a 10% scrap deficit every single jump. Unless I use these, then I can't sell drone past silver. So it's just, the whole thing contradicts itself in terms of trying to get ahead, but also keeping itself behind. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, no, type A is just bland. I have nothing else to say about it. Shield buff is nice. I wish it had better weapons. Surge is okay, can be used, can be sold. That's it. The final surge is fun because you summon like 12 beam drones, and that's hilarious to rip the enemy ship apart. But that's very much a late game thing, so it won't affect my ranking of this ship. And the last ship in D plus tier, and the last ship for today as well, is actually a new ship. I was wondering if was a bit too harsh on this, but I think it's justified due to the random crew. Fed Auto C. So the whole gimmick of the ship is that you have randomized special crew, randomized exotic crew that you can use to board. However, firstly, you do not have a weapon system. That's not a good sign. Secondly, your crew can be bad. What am I going to turn this Malform into? Malform's cool, but I can't turn it into a Crystal Equinox. I can't turn it. There's no elite wizard. Yes, yes, exactly. This is the perfect combo. If you get a spider with the Malform, fantastic. You know what else? This is random. You can't even get that consistently. And oh, by the way, I should mention, because we're talking about random cruise ships, right? Anything that has a random aspect to it, I'm assuming you cannot reroll. So we're assuming average case scenario and maybe bar slightly worse to account for bad RNG. So if we assume this ship gets a Queen Malform, yeah, bump it up to C tier, bump it up to B tier, but we can't. Like, I was playtesting this, and one time I got 3 Equinoids. I couldn't repair anything. It was really funny, but I didn't even try to roll for 3 Equinoids as a challenge. That was literally the first combo I rolled when I loaded up the game to give this ship a go. Literally 3 Equinoids. So, like, yeah, like, where's your repair power on this? You get hit with a fire? Good luck. Yeah. And also, Osmians exist on the ship, which are like, they're okay. Because, okay, wait, let me explain this ship first. The first slot is always going to be a better exotic crew. The better exotic crew can roll between Osmian, Malform, Crystal Econoid, or Siren. Which Sirens are not good. Exotic crew, they're just there. You can kite, yes, you can use them to kite enemies around, eventually kill them, but to do that, to be able to safely do that, you need to be able to disable enemy systems. And you can't do that without a weapon system, because if your crew is running around baiting the enemy crew, you can't pack one of them into weapons. Right. I think you could actually, like, if you move these two in and out of shields, slowly killing the enemy while this guy hits weapons, you could deal damage that way, but it's still a lot slower, especially once you start getting into Sector 2, Sector 3, so on. Yeah. And then, of course, so the first slot is always going to be a quote-unquote better exotic crew, and then the others are from the remaining pool. You've got Morphs, Technopaths, Untamed Equinoids. I don't know whether you can get Tamed Equinoids here. Let's roll for a bit. You can get lizards, you can get spiders. I don't think you can get hatchlings. It's either adult or weaver, so that's nice. I don't think you can get tamed equinoids. I think they're always untamed, which is not good. Considering another thing I have not pointed out, you don't have a medical system. You can use the, I mean, you have to use the Dr. Drone, but that's it. Right. So yeah, all in all, it's just the boarding is just there. You know, the one good thing about the ship is that you can guarantee a good sector 2 with um with astrometric mainframe. You can actually, hold on, I'll just show you guys what I mean. So which oh, oh, sorry for the sorry for the beep again, but I had to pop my caps lock. Anyways, the thing about astrometric mainframe, you can use it as many times as you want. So, okay, assume I didn't get Federation regions, because I would take that anyways. Because you can use it, let's see, oh, these are horrible, but, so yeah. Let's say I'm going to a free meta sector. I hate that. I want Federation, Union, something nicer. I come into here, and I get this garbage. Okay, this is funny actually. This is like the worst 4 choices I've ever seen in my entire life of playing the ship. The one role that's literally worse than Sector 2. Mm. Sorry about that. But anyways, yes, so let's say I get this horrible role. That's fine. We go here. I can use it again. Wait, did they fix this? No way they fixed this right after I talked about this. Oh gosh. Wait. Wait, no, I swear when I was testing it out the other day, you could use it as many times as you wanted to. Hang on. Am I just getting rage baited? No, I literally tested this like 3 days ago. What is this? This is some insane rage bait. Gathering. Oh wait, no. Okay. I think I just found a bug. Hang on. I think it's because I had the magic hat, so I could see the option again. Okay, let me pick up the magic hat this time. So I guess players who are using the magic hat get a buff to the ship. Because you just need something that allows you to see the menu. Oh wait, I need fuel. Okay, reroute. Whatever. Yay, outcast is nice. Reroute again. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, I found the thing. So if you have another reroute that will show you the reroute button, you can use astrometric mainframe as many times as you want. So yeah, I do not like any of these. I'm gonna reroll it. Um, Mining's nice. Maybe not for sector 2, but mining's a pretty profitable sector, so yeah, there we go. But yeah, so this is the one nice thing. If you have Magic Hat, otherwise it doesn't really apply in sector 2. Though you need to account the fact that you will use fuel every single time you do this. So yeah, that's it. Uh, But yeah, that's all I have to say about Auto Fed C. The augments, okay. I might sell it for weapons. I might not. The RNG on the boarding crew is really the main issue here. And no weapons and no medical. It's like, why would I put this that high? Okay, we saw nothing. Damn right you didn't. I think we will report this. It's kind of clearly unintended. Okay, so yeah, that is the tier list. Okay, you know, for the memes, I'm gonna do exactly one ship in C minus tier and leave it at that. Just because I can. And then we'll continue the rest on Wednesday. So, wait, what's the last ship I had C minus tier? Ooh, we were just talking about this. Oh, someone in chat was. Misha B, get right up there. Rainius B. Here we go. Okay. Wait. I'm just doing exactly one. Hang on, I'm doing exactly one ship in C minus here, and then we're just leaving it at that. So C minus here starts off with Rainius B. Um, the Ion Intruder really what helps it stay up here, because Ion Intruder it falls off, but at the start it's pretty good. It's kind of like a weaker version of Iron Bomb and Stun Bomb because you can't control where it is. You can't control where it lands, and if the enemy has upgraded doors, that's a bit of an issue. But um, yeah, that's the problem with it. But apart from that, you can pack it in weapons, and it will keep you safe for quite a decent chunk of time. In fact, infinitely, unless your drones get shot for somehow. Fire Flag is okay. I think this is a minor buff. I think it's faster and it has better with heavy lasers, burst lasers, and all that than it was to pair something with toggle flag. So I think it's a minor buff, I think. But yeah, definitely the reason this ship is up here is because of the Ion Intruder, just helping it stay safer. Uh, what are my thoughts on whether Leia will ever be playable in base multiverse? Uh, let's wait for Legionnaire update. I think if there was ever a time to make Leia playable, it would be in the Legionnaire update. If not, I don't think it will ever happen. Maybe true and maybe not. Yeah, I did like Toggle Flag though, I agree. Shouldn't the Rhaenys Elite Cruiser be Welder instead of Swarm Cruiser? Um. Oh, do you mean the phrasing? I kind of see it. Welder Cruiser. Radiant Cruiser. Ampere. Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like this should be Welder. Who's Reaper? Counterpoint. Counterpoint. Oh yeah. Elite Rhaenys enemies are called Swarm. I think the whole argument is to like, should we change all of that to become Welder something? Welder Shuttle, Welder Fighter. I'm used to hearing Swarm, but I think it kind of makes sense that Welders are the elite, so it should be, yeah. I can kind of see it. If you want, you can make a suggestion for that. I don't mind either way. I'm just used to hearing Swarm instead of Welder. But yeah, okay. I think that's it. Yeah. So we've done F tier. We've done F tier, Z tier, unranked, F tier, E tier, D tier, and exactly one ship in C minus tier, just because I can. This is a preview for tomorrow. Yay. Oh, you know what? Just for the if just for the funnies, I'm just gonna drag up one ship for C tier and C plus. No, I'm gonna drag up one ship from the rest of the tiers that we're gonna cover on Wednesday. Just cause why not? Why not? Why not? Okay. Hey, I'm gonna provide no explanation until we get to them. Okay. Alright. So this is my representative for C tier. This is my representative for C plus tier. Alright, where's the B tier? Where is it? Where is it? This is my representative for B minus. This is my representative for B. And hmm, hmm, where is it? I can't find. Oh, there we go. And this is my representative for B plus. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Not comment on those any further. Just because funny. Refuse to elaborate and leaves, yeah. Hmm. Wait, you can't make suggestions? Wait, why? Have I been this out of touch? Wait, wait, where did the suggestions channel go? Oh gosh, I did not even realize. Wait, when did they remove the suggestions channel? Bruh. My bad. My bad. No, I do check in on the discussion channels quite a bunch. It's just I don't know why it just never clicked to me that the suggestions channel was gone. Oh well. Okay, that's a shame. I guess you can put it in that other suggestions channel in October. Oh right. Oh, I read this announcement. I just forgot about it. Oops. Okay. Anyways. Okay. Aside from that, any final questions, thoughts, anything with regards to how the tiers is shaping up so far? Forgotten forgotten channels. Oh gosh. Anything removed becomes Gabriel's responsibility. I know. I was joking about that. I was gonna do this exact same joke for the pre-recorded. It was in my mind already. Like, I think a bunch of people know how much I hate Categor B, so I thought it would be funny to just open with that. Like, and starting off with the Z here, we have no, actually, sorry, it's limit 3. Wait, where did I put Categor B? It was like, yeah, E tier above cast. Okay, cool. Yeah, card B is the character Zoltan ship that's also horrendously broke. Tupo C, yeah, I expected that to be the biggest surprise of the day. Because everything else is very standard. It's just, yeah, I think Tupo C was one, like, Tupo C, and there was another ship that the more I thought about it, the more I thought how bad it was. No, our bishop I already knew was bad, but mm, Coalition C, yes, there we go. Yeah, so between Triple C and Coalition C, these two, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, hang on, no, these can't be high. These have to be low. Then I was like, oh no, these gotta be really low because they're not good. Yeah, that's Fat A next to Vanilla Fat A. That is in fact Federation slander. Make this good again. Buff the artillery to 30 seconds. Come on. It can't be that hard. Won't be overpowered. Still be an E tier ship. Today's shock is definitely to go C. Uh, I think I already know what the shock on day 3 is gonna be. I just don't know what the shock is going to be on day 2. Like day 3, I have a placement that I'm gonna surprise a lot of people with, but I think it makes sense. Day 2, I'm looking at it. I'm wondering whether there's any hot takes in here. There's one, but I wouldn't consider that too much of a hot take because it did get buffed pretty nicely, or indirectly buff, or directly buff. I'm not saying which one, so don't guess. um, I don't think there's a lot of controversy on day 2 or on day two's one at least. Day 3, I know there's going to be one very controversial placement for some people. Uh, yeah, I don't think there's anything crazy about day 2, except that one ship that got like nicely buffed. Good again would imply that they were good at one point. Real. Oh no no. Okay, I can tell you, day 3 is not cruising Reaper getting dethroned. Right? Everyone knows it's not triple ST anymore. It's still very good though. I will say that much. That's kind of semi spoiler, but it's still very good. It's just not broken. Because actually now you can crew kill, so it's kind of like indirect buff, even though it's definitely overall a nerf, because you can't just obliterate the entire enemy ship. But you do have a bit more flexibility in a sense. But let's be real, boarding your crew and instantly deleting a system in like 2 seconds is still going to be broken because the ability is pre-ignited. Gold flag. Oh no, wait, you should check out the earlier part in the stream where to demonstrate how bad Tuko C was, I went into a game. The first enemy I found was a free meta ship that had anti-hull, and gold flag barely reached the enemy ship before chain anti-hull fired. May I remind you, chain anti-hull is 16.5 seconds. Probably the slowest enemy weapon you see in Sector 1, and gold flag barely beat that because of the slow projectile speed. So that actually means gold flag either loses to or ties with every other Sector 1 weapon. Sector 1 enemy weapon. They will shoot heavy lasers at you, they will shoot burst lasers, missiles, Artemis, Hermes. No, sorry, there's no Hermes in Sector 1, my bad. But bombs, defense lasers, heavy lasers, drone ships, the whole lot. It kind of lines up with Spontoon. And as we say, you know, do you know what the last ship that had a 17-second cooldown and was also in the F tier? Do you know the last ship that also had a 17-second cooldown weapon and was also in the F tier? Because just getting shot once by any 1 damage or 2 damage weapon would turn off its entire offense. Do we remember? But yeah, so I think that's the main thing. Also, I mentioned the gimmick is very whack. It's very risky. You take 5 hull, the next jump if you fight, you only have 10 hull. So, very sketchy. They will shoot. Does it sound like that? I just want to make it sound like I'm listing everything I know off the top of my head. Like, just, like, there are a lot of things that can kill you, is what I'm trying to say. What the devil? Holy jump scare. Okay. What makes you think so? I don't. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Easy S tier. Valid. Not triple S tier though. It's a shame. You guys want to know what is triple S tier though? You guys really want to know? Like the triple S tier, I don't think there's any surprises here. I've took out one ship from it and that's it. Everything else is there. I'm not gonna open part 3 with a Godzilla screen. That's not cool. Alright. Yeah, I may as well just throw one ship up there, just because I can. Like, I don't know why, I should have ended the stream like a few minutes ago, but since we're still here discussing, let me find that, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Fixed, as all things should be. No, we're not doing that. Alright. Sneaky South Sea in pocket. Okay. Refuse to elaborate. Leaves. I know there are dozens of YouTubers out there who think Chelsea sucks. It's F tier. Well, no. I alone think it is triple S tier. And I also will not elaborate. Because that is theme for anything I have not done today. Okay. Yeah, I think that should be all. So, hey, let me check how big the tiers are. Because I know B tier is like massive. It's literally massive. Between all three B tiers in total, there's like 8 rows. So that's crazy. Because between these, if we don't consider D minus 2 rows, then there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh, wait, no, B tier is absolutely massive then, because there's like almost 8 full rows in B tier. B plus B and B minus. That's why I plan to spend like Wednesdays on just B and C. Then day 3 can handle the rest. Yes, standing alone against the haters. All of them. On a lighter note, I think we've gotten the quote unquote garbage ships out of the way. C tier onwards is not that bad, honestly. Like, yeah, I look at the ships in C tier, I'm more than happy to play any of these. I don't look at it and like, oh, why do I have to wake up and play Categor B today? Like, I don't say that for any of the C tier ships. Yeah, yes, no garbage ships, so it'll be nice. It won't just be a whole session of me just saying about why this ship sucks in every possible way. It's fun. Prime himself against all renegades in entire multiverse. Prime versus that one Sylvan Sea renegade that limits his weapons. Coolest. I think that's it. Yeah, day 1 turns out pretty well, I would say. I think the other days I will pick up the pace a bit more. I spent a bit too long lingering on these earlier parts. And also, I've like set up the windows to be like in a nice position now, so I don't have to worry about that later on. So yeah, we're gonna do more. I think between B and C tier alone, there are more ships than all of these bottom tiers combined. So we're gonna talk about more ships, which is always fun. Just hope I don't lose my voice tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll have to delay the thing. Okay, yeah, that's it for today. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in.